Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are back on the feed. We're hoping that it is working better this time for everybody out there, and that we can have a better live stream. I'm going to be monitoring over here to my right on my computer. Welcome back. For those of you that were having troubles earlier, I am your host, Dr. Dustin DeVore, and I'm here with Landry Miller of Spare Some Change podcast. I am of Red State Blues, and we also have our man behind the scenes, Quinn Blakely, over to the side, who is doing a bit, even though no one can see him. Medical marijuana. Well, apparently medical marijuana is on the ballot in Arizona tonight, which could affect the outcome in Arizona. And we are still choppy AF.
Well, that's all right, because we'll catch up.
We're gonna try to catch this up here.
We can easily do it. The people don't understand that what we do here is risky business.
Risky business. Let's see if
you know anything about. I don't even know what to think of that.
We will see if this is going to work this time. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We're flying by the seat of our pants here, as is most of the country.
And if you have pants that you'd like to fly by.
With 89% of the precincts reporting, Donald Trump is a plus 1.7 in Florida currently.
That's right. That's good.
So we're continuing to see. Now it's just loading.
That's okay. So what's great about being alive right now is that
everything's going great.
Is that Wi-Fi is really holding up.
Jazz lady. Boy, there's some great shots when you get the still images here. You get some real good angles on my double chins. It's great.
That's why I always hold my coffee cup right here. Do I need to bring it down a little bit more?
I think just a little bit more. I think we're gonna have to go down a little bit more.
That's what's killing you. Okay, let's see. All right, let's bring it down just a little bit more, folks, and we'll all get there. Let's see. That's not gonna do anything. Hey, Quinn, intern, would you like to let people into the building?
I got it.
Oh, apparently he's gonna get it. Okay, he's gonna get it. And I don't have to be the one to tell you guys this, but some things are 814, 805. I say vote 814 on 805. That's my take.
All right, we'll see if this is going to work this time. We're trying our best.
This tells me that it is not going well. There we go. We're back in. Oh, and we're not.
Okay.
We're back in, and we're not.
All right. Well, how's it going, C.R. Parsons?
Hey. Hello.
Just making this very strange.
No, we're doing a thing. Yes.
We are.
That's true.
Have you started?
We have, but it's not going well.
Oh no.
All right.
Politically.
Already been thrown off the internet?
No.
Facebook's censoring us.
No, Facebook is not censoring it. Oh, well, we're getting a little bit. Do you think it's this that's killing us for reals?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, well, okay. Then.
Is it running on the same computer? That'll
Yes.
be it.
Okay, well, then I am going to I'm going to leave the meeting. Sign and leave.
And give it a second and it should put us right back in. And we're back in the green. Look at that.
Back in the green. Look at that. Okay. Okay. It's great.
And we should be back on track, baby. What do you want? Why do you just keep pointing at that? That means nothing to me. That means absolutely zero. Oh, you're just promoting podcasts at this point. All right. We should back.
We are back.
We're back.
We're great.
Now I don't know how we're gonna get around this in a few, but
No, we're not going to get around it. I'm going to have to tell them that we are going to.
oh, I have an idea, but we'll get to it.
Okay, we'll get to it in a minute.
We'll work on it during the break, which we're not coming up on for a few more minutes. We have some people coming up, some exciting people. We have Sean Singleton.
Yep.
Belsky even.
Yep. Belsky even.
Daniel, the political manual even.
Yep.
C.R. Parsons even.
C.R. Parsons
Quinn
even.
Blakely even. Landry Miller.
Landry Miller. All right, so we are now actually streaming, and we apologize for all the flaws and stuff like that.
This will be really great if you're watching this later.
Yeah.
Skip ahead. Well, you're already here.
Skip ahead,
so.
yeah. So let's get some live updates. We got here. In the state of Florida, Trump is at plus 1.6 with 89% reporting. In Ohio, 41% in. Joe Biden plus 12. Trump is up plus 10 in Georgia with 15% coming in. Biden is up plus 67. It's still at PA. I don't know what's going on in PA.
Yeah.
That's not legit.
That's not right.
So
not because he doesn't deserve it.
Yes, not because he doesn't deserve it. We could always, I don't know how we gonna do this with people to get them in.
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay. All right. Well, if you guys would like to hit us up, feel free to hit us up. You can message us immediately. You can text Landry Miller at. No, I'm kidding.
Please don't text me. Please don't text me.
Please do not text
I will
Landry
not answer.
Miller.
Ask anyone in this room.
You will not answer.
I will not. Okay. So we're getting a little bit more on some local stuff.
Some local races.
Yep. Oh boy. Okay. So technically only zero precincts reporting, but they already seem to think that they're already projecting Jim Inhofe to win.
So Landry,
it's coming from Channel 2. So
our esteemed colleague Quinn keeps asking us about 814 and 805. Your stance on 814 and 805?
I voted yes on both of them.
On both, yes.
Mainly because, 814, of course, I wanted to vote yes because the thing is, like, if it doesn't pass, then where are they going to look to next for budget money?
I know exactly where they'll look. Education. They will steal
It's
it from
Oklahoma.
education, and that's exactly where they'll steal it from. So that is the issue with that. 805 is, necessary to...
So what I was talking about 805 real quick, and
Yeah.
I know that's not what this show's about, but it's about politics, but is regardless of where you stand on it, the anti-805 campaign was one of the most organized and well-funded campaigns I've seen on a state question in a long time. The disinformation coming out of, especially from Governor Stitt,
And Victor Regalado.
yeah, they were sharing stuff that sounded like it was pro 805, and then in the middle they would be like, by the way, then they put something in crazy about domestic violence to make you go, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what I signed up for.
Yeah.
And it worked well. I mean, there were a lot of people on my Facebook sharing wait a minute, should I still vote on this? It was kind of wild. Anyway, so that was a fun one to kind of tackle. That's it. That's all. I think
With
I'm done for the night.
60% of North Carolina reporting, Biden is currently up plus 9.
Should I be?
What?
Who? What was that?
With 60% of North Carolina up, Biden is up plus 9.
Did you see that coming?
I did not. No. Now, they're talking about New Hanover.
Well, that's for 2016.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, why is
I'm pretty
Hillary
sure
Clinton and
New
Gary Johnson on
Hanover.
there?
I'm pretty sure New Hanover is a place in Red Dead Redemption 2. Yes, Watergate again. We wish that was the biggest scandal that we had, but they're looking at North Carolina and breaking it down right now. Biden is currently winning, according to the CNN numbers. What we have there.
Channel 2 is this is where we're at for Channel 2, which is a little ahead of CNN. This is an NBC affiliate, correct?
Yeah.
Who are already projecting some crazy electoral numbers as opposed to what we're getting on CNN. So
Yeah.
not even worth reporting.
I'm good. We're working with. We've got CNN on one. We got we got KJRH. How do I vote? I don't know. How do you vote?
I feel like it's a little late for that, actually. Oh boy, I gotta check in on something. Would you like to go ahead and bring in one of the people that?
Yeah. How are we gonna do that?
I meant someone that's just in the room because I gotta go grab something.
Okay. Yeah. Come on over. C.R. Parsons. Come on over.
Now this fella, I've known him for a few years. We go way back, and I don't know anything about him politically, nor do I care because that's not really.
Yep.
That's not how I view people. But I'm going to get up and leave, and then he's going to sit here and talk to you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Come on over, C.R. Parsons.
Tell him he's a comedian.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Good election night.
Welcome. one of the occasional stars of Talk Show Incorporated. He's also on Knights of the Sound Table on a podcast that is currently on hiatus for a little bit.
He'll be praised.
But he'll be back soon. He plays a character called Seamus. I don't know if he is actually Irish or not. But give it up for local comedic legend, C.R. Parsons.
Thank you. No, you can stop now. Thank you so much.
Yes, the three people
That was great,
out
guys.
there.
That was great. Thank you
great.
so much.
Yes, okay. I enjoy Quinn's commitment to a bit to get over with two people.
Yes, I
Three,
agree.
guess now.
I'm still trying to figure out 805 what?
Oh, yes, 800. Yeah.
Medical marijuana. 805
Yes,
medical
if you
marijuana.
double,
I am all for 805 medical marijuana.
So you double 420. That gives you 840.
Yes.
And then, as you all know, since we're on the metric system, you have to subtract 35, and then there you go.
It all balances out. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it gets down there.
Sense.
How was your voting experience today? Your forehead tells me that you voted.
Yes, I did. Oh, I forgot I had that on there.
Okay.
It was so seamless. It was so easy.
Yeah.
There were just a handful of people there. It took less than 30 minutes, and there were three of us, and two of them were old ladies, my mother and my sister-in-law, who had no clue what they were doing. So it was kind of exciting. My sister-in-law managed to screw up her ballot, which
nice.
is always interesting. When they go, we need an affidavit, we need an affidavit, we need an affidavit. So,
my experience was I went at 6:45 a.m. this morning because I was trying to do it before I went to my job.
Right.
And I got there, and there was already a line. I was like, oh crap! I have a window. I have to be done voting by 7:20, 7:30 at the latest. Right. And that's really skirting to when I could get there. And it opened at right at about 7:01, and it was moving all right, and I was good. I got out there by 7:15. Had I shown up 5 minutes later, the line, I would not have been able to vote because it was out the door. But I did notice it seemed like a lot of people were super early to the polls, and then as I was driving through Tulsa today, shout out to my friends at New Alpha Barbershop. I got a haircut today. I've been growing my hair out, and
I have been too.
Yeah, obviously. But I noticed that the polling locations were dead.
Yes.
At like 3-4 o'clock or what.
Yeah, I know. We went at like 10 in the morning, and it was brisk, but it was not a whole lot of people, but they were running through fairly quickly. By the time my wife got there, she tried to do the same thing. Being a teacher, she went before school. My wife, she went before school, and the line was just too long for her to do it. So when she went after school, she said there was nobody in line. It was like everybody got there early, and there seemed to be some energy to voting this time. It wasn't something people did passively.
Yeah, it wasn't something that people did passively. People were having a good time voting, I think, and they were enjoying the sort of camaraderie that they were getting by going out and voting. Now, CR, how many presidential campaigns have you gone through?
Oh, gosh. I would have to stop and think about that because I missed the last Reagan era because I turned 18 the December of the 88 election.
I will say we have both Quinn and Landry roaming around the room wearing sports coats, and they're the least convincing suits ever. Like, this is a company that is not going anywhere. Like, this is the worst production of Glengarry Glen Ross I'm watching in the background ever, and Quinn is officially in the closet up there. Just
literally,
literally in a closet.
In the closet.
Meanwhile, we're on here. This is the realest election coverage. I'm wearing a shirt with little sailboats. And
I like it.
I don't know what you're doing there.
I am repping the Union, the Bloodmouth. Local 812.
Okay.
This is a comedian's T-shirt.
Yeah, okay.
His girlfriend is a vegan, and she calls him a bloodmouth. So
for those who we are going to try to have some other guests on digitally at one point. I believe that's what they're trying to plan on how to figure out over there. They're doing a good job. The professionalism is leaps and bounds above what I expected tonight. Do we have any comments? You think we have any comments over here?
Let's see.
Let me see if I have any. You know, the thing is, I can't find where the comments are anymore on these Facebook streams.
They move that stuff around so often.
Well, they do. It used to be, it was right there. So I think I'll have to pull it up on my phone, which is super professional.
You know, I see regular news reporters using their phones now to read the news.
Micah Medina, do electoral votes from states ever split, or is it just a unanimous or nothing? Actually, there are states that split their electoral votes.
Yes, there are.
Arizona is not one of them. His Iowa and Maine, I believe, are the two that do, for sure, that I know. That will split votes.
I thought there was a third, but
Yeah,
I cannot for the life of me remember at the moment.
We should probably give an update. Let me see what we have here, guys. We're at Trump is now. You know what? I'm gonna say, even though we have ballots that are still out, but they've been counting their early ballots forever. Trump is now up by +2 in Florida.
Okay.
Biden is at +9 in North Carolina with 62% reporting. Biden's lead in Ohio is slipping. Trump is now up +14 in Georgia with 20% reporting. Trump is up +17 in Michigan with 4%, and Biden is up. The Pennsylvania number is absurd.
What is the
It says the Pennsylvania number. It says okay, now it just changed. It's 6% is reporting, and Biden is up +18. It was 68% just a while ago, or +68. And I was like, okay.
So they were only doing Philadelphia at that point.
Yes, only doing Philadelphia.
Well,
at that
it looked
point.
like Arkansas just popped up on the screen.
Arkansas did pop up on the screen.
Gosh,
they are calling Arkansas
shock.
already with 0%. Yeah, I mean, no votes reported. Oklahoma, right now they have it at Donald Trump 61, Joe Biden 85 is what the New York Times is reporting. The House, the Senate, they're currently showing 42 to 35 on the seats, and so it's still a very fluid situation that we're dealing with here. It's like we hired the two fanciest movers in the world behind it.
We're both in casual outfits, and the guys doing the heavy lifting are dressed to the nines, or at least to the 7.5s.
Yeah, don't look below the waist.
Well, don't look below the waist for me either. I'm even more casual there.
Oh, you're yes. But we have
Now, how long are you guys running? Are you running until there's an official decision?
Oh, that would be like weeks.
That was the idea. I was wondering if this was another telethon.
No.
Yep.
Telethon. Yes, it's a telethon. Yeah. I don't know. No, it was. Okay, I think I know what they're doing. I'm going to share out this feed to some places, and that did not work. Of course, it did not work. Boy, don't you just love technology? You know, in my mind, I knew exactly how this was going to go, and it did not work the way I wanted to.
There's an old saying for old folks like me that to err is human, to really foul things up takes a computer.
That is true. Oh, look, there's Quinn. I forget that window is there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We are coming to you live from the SoundsTooth studios here in beautiful Tulsa, Oklahoma. We hope everybody is enjoying the feed so far, and we apologize that we've had technical difficulties, but hey, that's the world that we live in. Any updates? We have 91% from Florida. Trump is up by +2. 65% from North Carolina. Come on and raise up. 65% reporting Biden is +7. Biden +10 in Ohio with 44% coming. Georgia still Trump heavy. Biden is now +21 in Pennsylvania with 7% coming in.
Okay.
But Michigan is currently +18 for Trump with 4% coming in. So they're showing some battleground states up here, the key states that's what they're covering.
Yeah.
Kentucky has been called for Donald Trump. West Virginia has been called for Donald Trump. Tennessee has been called for Donald Trump. Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and South Carolina.
So the Dixiecrats are sticking together.
The Dixiecrats are sticking together. It looks like Biden, they're calling Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and Illinois. So your usual suspects. Arizona's polls do not close until 9 p.m., so we will have quite a bit of time before we get there.
Has Miami-Dade County reported? Because they are usually a bellwether for Florida as to what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't believe that they had earlier. And as you can see, they're currently breaking down the map for Ohio, and it is, as per expected, cities are going for Joe Biden.
Yeah, you get 10 miles outside the city, it goes red.
Yeah, it goes
Everything
red. Yeah,
within
that's
the
basically
city
how it works. So is currently, I think, this might be kind of chalk at this point. I think where most people thought it would be. If Ohio does, I mean, look at that Cuyahoga County up in Cleveland, 229,000 to 74,000 currently with 42% reporting, which is a little bit better than Hillary had done back in 2016. So we'll see. If Ohio flips to Joe Biden, that will be a considerable shocker for the evening out there. So we'll see how that goes. I love that. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot how stressful election night was. It was pretty good for a while. But let's see if I can get some local race updates here.
No, not really.
No?
There's not much reporting right now.
Really?
If anything, actually, last time I checked.
Well, you do you, and I'll check this out.
Wow.
I don't know why I can't share this stream. So, CR, your voting experience wasn't too bad today, you said?
Not at all, not at all. I've been through much worse. I can think of a few times it was a little easier when there was obviously much less turnout, especially for non-presidential elections. But for presidential elections, this went very smooth, all things considered. Yeah. But that's not surprising around here. I mean, most folks knew. There were not a whole lot of undecideds that I am aware of in the Oklahoma area that I'm in. It was pretty much decided a long time ago for folks.
Well, I think the traditional wisdom has been, according to people that I've followed, that the races that by June of an election year, most people have made up their mind, which this year was a weird year.
It was.
Where we're coming up with lots of crazy things. Let me check. I'm checking messages from our friends who are.
I thought I just
saw streaming.
I thought I just saw CNN show a blue Kansas, which would surprise me.
Oh, that would be impressive.
Yes, it
very
would.
This is showing currently Joe Biden is up in Kansas, but 33% of estimated votes are reported there. He is leading fairly significantly in North Carolina, so we'll see. North Carolina will be a key in this election. The big debate here has been, are the polls going to be correct this year and anything like that? And it's just really, really hard to say if they were.
Right. Yeah, the pollsters got it severely wrong in the last election, and it will be interesting to see if they have found out what their error was and were able to correct it, or if they have just doubled down on that error and done worse.
This seems like it could just be a bit.
The whole setting up the
TV?
just
like it's like
it very well may be.
Like they found two jabronis to host a newscast, and then like the suits are like, all right, we gotta get this shit set up back here behind us. We know what we're good. We know what you're doing. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know.
You do realize you don't have to whisper.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put.
Yeah, no, we're gonna put the Zoom on the back TV. I think you'll have to rejoin the Zoom though. I don't know if.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
For those of you watching online and involved in the Zoom, you may have to make some changes.
So one of my friends said, if Texas goes blue, I'm going to lose a family member with how much shit I'm going to lay on them. 'Twill be glorious.
Texas has a chance of going blue this year, although I don't see it. I don't see it this year. I think it is slowly creeping that direction.
Yeah.
And I think with the mass exodus we have had from the coasts, and Texas being a very positive place to traverse to from the coasts, I think we're going to see a lot of people from the coasts having moved to Texas, and we may see Texas go blue before too long. But I don't think I think this election it'll still hold.
Well, I think the other thing is voter access in Texas. If people like to think about Dallas and Houston or whatever. but they forget about the Rio Grande Valley,
Right.
which is a conglomerate of basically 3 cities that accounts for almost 3 million people at this point, right?
Yes, it is significant.
Yeah, it is significant.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm trying to maintain
I'm good.
my pre-election figure.
Your pre-election figure.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. Let's get to updates here. Trump is. You know what? I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it. Trump has won Florida. I'm just gonna give it to him at this point. Biden is still up in North Carolina with 66% of the votes coming in. He's still up in Ohio with 49%, but there are a lot of rural counties coming in up there.
Yep.
Georgia is still low on the vote total. I don't know what counties have come in Georgia yet. That will certainly vary depending on which areas in Georgia are coming in.
And one thing to keep in mind in North Carolina, I just saw popped up on the screen a moment ago. 97% of those votes that have been counted were early voters.
Yes.
So depending on who were the early voters, which I think the conventional wisdom has those as Biden voters.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
The fact that he is leading in North Carolina is not surprising. It may tighten up before it's all said and done.
It may, in fact, tighten up before it's all said and done. We still have a long way to go in this trek. Wake County. Okay, I thought that initially said 1 million for Donald Trump there. I was like, okay, that's not good. Do you have something going here?
Just waiting on them to jump in.
Oh, did you tell them to jump in? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we're apparently going to have some guests on. This is a typical SoundsTooth. You know, the problem is we didn't bring Werner von Latterman.
I know.
You know, if we brought Werner von Latterman, this would have gone very, very smoothly, but it did not. He's sadly been put to sleep. Yeah. All right. So.
It's not very long.
No, it's great. It's great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good job.
Multi-camera.
I mean, we're definitely still live. Everything is live.
Everything's live.
Everything is live. This is what the people tune in to see.
That's right. That's right. If they wanted to see absolutely smooth technology and absolutely smooth broadcasters, they would be watching, well, the same things we are.
Yeah.
They would be watching CNN like we are. But no, they're here for this. They're here for the real of it.
The real
of it.
The real
The real of it.
Okay, so what's going on? Are people going to get on here in a little bit? Let's see updates. Let me get an update here. There's that. You don't want to see that. New York Times. Let's give me something here, baby. It still looks like Biden's holding on in Ohio and North Carolina, but then again, so much of this is about what counties have been reporting. We're looking at Georgia coming in right now, and the bad news for Joe Biden is it does look like Atlanta area has reported. So that's going to indicate that the hopes of Georgia going red are probably not going to happen. But is that map that they're currently showing up there showing Alabama has blue?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, and I'm trying to figure it out. Because that would surprise me.
Yeah, that would surprise me as well. If that happens, we need to get Tom King on immediately.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it does appear to me that Georgia, the hope of Georgia flipping is not going to happen at this juncture with, of course, the Atlanta district having gone blue, but the rest of the state going pretty hardcore red. And as we see more come in, the popular vote currently showing Joe Biden's trailing, but we're still very, very low.
I think they're showing some very early numbers because they've got Kansas, Missouri, and Alabama all going blue, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm waiting to see what's going to go on here as we're still on the race to 270. If we go by the New York Times projections, they're showing it 85 to 61 still currently as we are moving forward. Is anybody on that Zoom yet? Not yet. Okay, I will tell Belsky to get on the Zoom.
Quinn keeps offering us
Was that
food and drink.
Was that the same Zoom?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, C.R. Parsons, how have you found it to do comedy in the era of Donald Trump?
You know, I was telling somebody this on a podcast just the other night. This is my second election cycle, presidential election cycle, since doing stand-up comedy. I started right after Obama's last term, and so right after Obama's last election. So I have only been through this twice now, and this one obviously has been very weird. The last one, it was easy. The election cycle was the easiest time to do comedy because all you had to do was say Trump and make some derisive remark, and you could get a laugh. It was so easy. But something happened. The moment he got elected, even something said in derision did not get laughs anymore. All of a sudden, he wasn't a joke.
Yeah. So Landry, I'm going to ask you to do something.
I do have Zach and Sean here.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, though. As soon as you open that Zoom, we are back to choppy AF.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No good.
That is no good.
Let me turn on my mobile hotspot.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do a mobile hotspot for this and try to get those guys on here in just a second for doing that. Now, yeah. So you're saying like, it was no longer a joke or whatever.
Right.
It's very hard to deal with it.
And so it got difficult for a while to kind of find that balance. Now, this election cycle has been very odd because we haven't done a whole lot of comedy throughout most of this year.
Yeah.
And so I don't have a sense of what this year's election cycle comedy was truly like. I mean, obviously last year as we had the run up and as people started making their announcements, there was fodder to be had. But I think even with what we're seeing with Saturday Night Live, they were fighting tooth and nail to find those nuggets in the little bit of information that was available. Because of the fact that there just wasn't as much happening. We weren't having big rallies on a daily basis with clips and nuggets to glean from.
Yeah, boy, we're trying here. Let's see if there's any local updates here on any of this coverage. Boy, Decision 2020. I probably chose the wrong one to look at here. You have these idiots up? We have idiots up. Do we have audio on these idiots?
Yeah.
A little bit. You think he'd ever want to come on there? Has he ever watched the show?
He's never watched it, so I don't know. He might. Maybe if he gets into it.
How long do you think this will last?
No, let's just let them go.
Hey, everybody! It looks like we're on. Hey.
Looks like we're pretty fucking popular, eh?
Is there any way to throw the audio to the TV?
Nope.
Okay. So we're joined by Sean Singleton and Zach Amon.
This is the last
How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you guys doing? How's election night going at y'all's house?
Honestly, completely forgot it was going on.
Well, an event.
Pretty uneventful. Well, it's his streams go. Yeah.
I'm sorry, for a moment that sounded like a Biden speech. I mean, he will.
Oh boy.
I casted my vote today for Kanye, as you do.
Nice,
As
nice,
everyone should.
nice.
You know what's sad? He's not kidding.
No, he's definitely
in
not kidding.
Oklahoma you could vote for Kanye. It was an option.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
And in Oklahoma, it's legal to take
For me.
ballot selfies. So I saw a lot of people vote for Kanye.
I know. I didn't think you could take pictures of the ballots. I thought that wasn't a thing.
That's no longer a crime. They
It's
actually,
not on the street.
they actually decriminalized that recently.
In Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma.
Now, other states, that is not true. If you are watching somewhere else, don't do it.
Put this between you guys.
Okay. Because I was seeing that and I was like, can they do that? I didn't. I guess I
I always
missed
thought
it.
it was illegal. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I missed that memo.
Well, it's illegal where you live, Sean.
Ooh, crotch shot. I like it.
No. How's it going there? No one can see me on the camera up there. So,
It's going on the dating profile, ain't it?
oh, you know it is 100%. Sean, what are you munching on there?
Popcorn.
I got some spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
That adds up.
Well, I'm going to bow out. I have a cigar place that is doing a watch party that I'm going to go join. So you guys enjoy your evening. Thank you for having me.
Bye,
And I will
Sheila.
see you in 4 years for the next one.
All right, and we are also joined now by Alan Belsky. And we're going to have, I'm also going to bow out for a few minutes and have Landry and Quinn take over. No, you need to talk to Belsky. You guys, you love the numbers.
He's your friend.
Belsky, would you rather talk to me or Landry?
Talk to Devo.
Landry, it's okay. I won't bite, buddy. Like you're acting very, very, very shy. It's okay.
I forgot that you can see me.
It's okay. I won't bite.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey,
I'm
everybody.
gonna dip out for a second because I don't want to talk to Landry or Quinn.
I gotta finish chewing this Starburst.
I'm just kidding. I love Quinn.
Fucking Starburst.
All right, I'll be back in a second.
You know, if you were really Quinn's friend, you'd be eating now and later.
I have a bunch of now and laters at my house, by the way, guys. You gotta come get them.
Hey, Zach and Sean.
Hello.
No offense, but why are you here?
You look like a politician about to commit something embarrassing.
He's just tucking his shirt in. Leave him alone.
All right.
For real.
All right. You guys are great.
Is that Kazakhstan?
That's very
I
funny.
will be right back.
You guys are great, but what do you have to offer to this, Sean?
What?
All right, so I would like to talk to Alan, please.
Yeah.
He prefers to go by Belsky, I think.
Well, hey guys.
Hello. Hi.
So here's what I'll say, and you guys may know that I look into these numbers really, really deeply. Everyone
That's true.
in the everywhere sphere, TV, Twitter, everyone is freaking out right now because looks like Trump's going to win Florida. It's about 98, 99+% certain that he's going to win Florida. The votes have all mostly come in. You know, the New York Times Needle has it, I think, at 98, 99+%, which is like, it's too bad. Every one of us wanted every single electoral vote that could have gone to us to go to us.
Of course.
But guys, it's okay. We do not need Florida. We never needed Florida. We always knew that Florida could go the other way and is just so unpredictable. And, you know, let's give credit where credit is due. Trump has done a lot of rallies there. He has tried to appeal to both the uneducated whites in the northern part of the state and the, you know, rich Hispanics that are anti-socialism or, you know, very fearful of socialism that isn't going to come, but still any, you know, hint or word of it makes them fearful, and he's brought that out in them. So long story short, we're probably going to lose Florida, but math-wise, we don't really need it. Some good returns coming in from Ohio, where I'm at. You know, Michigan.
It's up on the screen right now.
Yeah, we're looking at. Yeah.
It's CNN is reporting 54.5 for Biden.
But only 50% reporting.
Yeah.
Still
Right, but I mean, and you know, those are in the big cities of Cleveland and Columbus and some of Cincinnati that are expected to go blue. So, you know, we can't call that ours yet. But, you know, Pennsylvania, we know absolutely nothing. Trump needs it because he had it last time. Michigan and Wisconsin, nothing has really come in yet, and those are foregone conclusions to be ours. And Arizona will be later in the night, and that's something that Trump needs and that we are pretty likely to get, in my opinion. Texas right now is a pure toss-up, and it looks like that Biden is overperforming Beto O'Rourke, who, you know, did much better than Hillary did. So, again, those margins are narrowing. If Trump does end up winning a state like Texas, it'll be by 2 or 3 percentage points only. And same thing with Ohio, it looks like. And, again, we don't need either of those. You know, if we get Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, it's already over. So it's okay, everybody. You know, Florida, too bad, so sad. We all wanted the blowout, the immediate blowout, but it's all right. The map's still good for us.
Okay, so you're still optimistic about this.
Yes.
Okay, good.
100%.
Let me ask a question here. What do you think the chances are that tonight Joe Biden can win?
Or be ahead, at least.
We'll be ahead tonight.
think it's possible. Arizona is going to be huge because again, it's a state that Trump needs. That Biden looks like it's trending towards him. It's going to be razor thin either way. So if that goes Biden, then yes, it's going to be an indicator of the fact that he could win. He's going to win. But as far as any official call, any official, the declaration of victory outside of a false one by Trump potentially, that's not in the cards tonight. No, it's not. But we are going to know a lot. Like, we know about Florida, the thing that people are freaking out about right now. Like, that's solidly in. Like, North Carolina we'll know more about. Georgia we were going to know about, but there's some glitchy thing that, of course, happened in the Democratic county of Fulton where Atlanta is. So we're going to get some kind of delays with the mail absentee ballots, which, of course, are going to be significant on the Democratic side. But doesn't look too great for us in Georgia right now. But, again, I'm not going to take that to mean anything, or even if that is true, because we don't know anything about Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is. So.
North Carolina right now is coming in. What do you think about what's going on in North Carolina?
So North Carolina has a governor race, a Senate race, and the presidency. So, Roy Cooper, who is the Democratic governor, is very popular. He's going to win, basically undoubtedly. And it's weird because that means if Trump wins, it'll be because of ticket splitting, which is where you vote for one person in one party for one race and the other party in another, and it would mean that there is a significant amount of Roy Cooper for governor and Donald Trump for president voters. And I don't buy that there's going to be enough of those. I know that I think the New York Times right now has their needle more likely than not that Trump wins North Carolina, but we have to see. We have to see the stuff that actually comes in further. I'm going to actually pull up the results and where they are by county tonight, because North Carolina is definitely the one to watch as far as if it goes for Biden, that's terrible for Trump.
Right.
Yeah, the Senate race, that's a huge one. That's one that the Democrats are almost depending on to be able to flip the control of the Senate. So that's going to be a razor thin one too. And I think and hope we're going to win that one. Cal Cunningham over Tom Tillis.
Well, I was going to ask what other races, because it's not just the presidential race tonight. So what other races were you kind of looking at or have your eyes on?
Yeah, so the balance of power in the Senate in general is huge. I actually wrote a huge long blog post about this. Finished late last night. It's like 6,000 words that you can look at. It's wronglines.wordpress.com. But so we're down by 3 seats in the Senate, and we're going to lose one. We're going to lose the Alabama Senate seat that we won under the special election against Roy Moore. That means we need 4 to be at 50, and of course 5 to be at 51, which would guarantee it, assuming it's a Trump re-election in a worst-case scenario. So we're going to win Arizona and Colorado, those western states. Even if somehow Trump wins the Arizona presidency, Mark Kelly is outpacing Biden, meaning he's doing better than Biden is comparatively in his senatorial race against Martha McSally, who was fundraising so badly a couple months ago that she literally asked her supporters to fast a meal in order to donate to her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
desperate.
I remember that.
Man.
She's going to lose. And Cory Gardner in Colorado, he's going to lose as well. So that's 2 down there. The North Carolina race I just talked about, hopefully the Cal Cunningham wins there despite a sexting scandal that was what broke about a month ago.
Yeah.
And then Maine, which is Susan Collins. She's the longtime senator for 4 terms who has tried to be seeming independent
but
for a
very
long time
poorly.
and has successfully had that image. But, of course, voting against the Trump impeachment, the Trump not convicting Trump in the Senate, and going along with the Brett Kavanaugh and all of the other things that the Senate Republicans have done, to go along with Trump. She's going to lose today as well, in my opinion. And I think we're going to know about Maine a little bit later tonight, so I'll have to look at those results and when they'll come in. So that puts us at 4, the 4 that we need to be at 50-50. And there's still Iowa, which is a toss-up, the 2 Georgia races, which probably will both go to runoffs in January, so those are going to be huge. And some random races like in Kansas, Alaska, Montana. Alaska and Montana actually could go to us, especially Montana.
Really?
With a popular Democratic governor on the ticket, Steve Bullock, and they actually do a lot of ticket splitting, as I mentioned before, in North Carolina, in Montana. So that's possible for us, although it's going to be really, really close and tough there. So, the Senate could very well be 50-50 or 51-49. It's most likely going to be either 50 to 48 or 49 to 49, or maybe 51 to 47, because again, there's going to be Georgia. You need a 50% winner, and both of the Georgia races have multiple candidates. One race has a bunch of candidates: Kelly Loeffler and Doug Collins and Raphael Warnock on the Democratic side, and Joe Lieberman's son Matt, who's kind of tried to screw things up for the Democrats. Everyone's asked him to drop out, and he hasn't. So those two races are actually like that race, and also the regular Senate race between John Ossoff and David Perdue has a third-party candidate, a libertarian named Shane Hazel, who he might screw it up by getting 4 or 5%, which will be enough to make those dudes not be under the 50% that they would need to take it outright. So it's very possible that we're talking about either a Democratic Senate tonight or like a 49-49 Senate where there's further elections in January that are going to determine the balance of power in the Senate. So keep your eyes on Georgia, not only for the presidency, but for the senatorial elections. And, there's a lot to look at, everywhere.
It's a lot.
Let me ask a question really quickly for those people out there who are invested in third-party candidates. Is there anything interesting happening tonight with them?
So
if the answer is just a flat no, I mean that would make sense.
No, you know what? I wanna address that in a thoughtful way, because this is my ninth time voting in a congressional election. The every 2 years election. Even though I vote in primaries in the off years, I'm a voter. And having moved to Ohio from Tulsa 2 years ago, it's the first time that I've voted for a congressional candidate that has won. This is my ninth time. So Tim Ryan, who's my congressman, he's going to win tonight. And of course, all the other times it was for Democratic losers in Oklahoma District 1. So I have a unique perspective as far as, votes mattering and making sure your vote counts. I have an issue with folks that do want to vote third. You can do whatever you want, okay? But the folks that are invested in those third-party candidates, I would ask them to look at themselves in the mirror really, really deeply and try to understand what their motivations and intentions are. You really do have to try to work from within the system in order to try to work with it. I was someone that voted for Bernie Sanders in both primaries. I'm very, very progressive as far as my policies go. But I voted for both Hillary and Biden without a second thought in both of the presidential elections. And that's because, who is in there actually matters. And whether we like it or not, the viability of a third party in the American system is just not there right now. And the symbolic vote that you are trying to make the point that you're trying to make actually falls flat, because in reality, you're not helping the people that are more likely to help the people that need to be helped. 2000 was an election that I was a teenager in that I couldn't vote in. The last one I couldn't. And, Ralph Nader screwed up the presidential election in Florida for Al Gore. He lost by less than 600 votes in that state that we've been talking about. That's crazy. And that put a bad taste in my mouth for the rest of my life, as it should have for third-party candidates. Now, is that to say there shouldn't be third, maybe fourth-party candidates in America like there are in other parliaments around the world? Possibly, but that's just not where things are right now, and if you're someone that advocates for that, then keep working and working and working, not just in election years, not just to make a protest or contrarian vote, not just to, I don't know, whatever point you want to make. If there's any thoughts that you have about why folks are making those votes, I'd love to hear them. But, for those that are invested in that, I'm looking at the Oklahoma results right now. It looks like that there are 680,000 votes approximately for Trump and Biden combined, and around 15,000 votes for Joe Jorgensen, Jade Simmons, Kanye, and Brock Pierce combined. So those protest votes that you guys are making are falling on completely deaf ears. So please just
I vote by
try to
votes.
affect change. If you want to do
You
stuff,
have no chance.
do stuff, which means affect change and make a vote for someone that is versus someone that isn't, which is Trump right now, as we know with COVID. So off my high horse, but they're not doing so hot tonight, especially compared to 2016, because folks are realizing what's at stake, and we're even more tribal, meaning one side or the other, than we were even in a very tribal time in 2016.
Of course. Yeah, and then I also know that you, at least one of the Tulsa City Council races, you're somewhat invested in.
Yeah, and it's an important one in Tulsa too, because it's a swing.
It's a very important one.
He barely lost by a couple hundred votes. I need to look at that one. Have you guys looked at the
right?
City Council District 5 race between Mikey and Cass?
Yeah, right now we're at 0% reporting, but with early voting, he's at 65% to 35% lead. Mikey leading, yeah.
So that's. I mean, I'm pulling that up.
And
that's
the numbers have jumped, but it still says 0% reporting, so that's kind of how it goes, though.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and Mikey's someone I went to high school with, and is just a great guy. And even if I didn't know him or have an opinion about his character, or even like him as a candidate, anyone but Cass Fowler, as far as what I've read and seen.
Oh Lord, yeah. Amen to that. Amen to that.
With 34% of the precincts reporting, both state questions are failing miserably.
Really? I haven't even looked at those.
Yes. With both 805 is down 377,000 to 297,000. 814 is down 390,000 to 277,000, which are both measures that should have, in my opinion, been passed. News on 6 is calling it for Jim Inhofe, who currently is up at 34%.
Of
reported
course.
57.4.
Fuck.
Yeah. Kevin Hearn is currently up with 9% reporting over Kojo, 50.6 to 46.
I mean, these were things we kind of saw coming, but had wished it had been.
Now,
a
7%.
The margins, you know what though? Look, the margins are you can be optimistic about that so far at least. I don't know for the...
Belsky, I'll say this: with 7% reporting from District 5, Kendra Horn is up 59% to 40.6. So, but just 7%.
I'm looking. Give out a refresh, Devo, because I'm looking at Decision Desk, and they have it at 59 to 41 with 74K on Kendra's side, 51K on Bice's side. Again, don't know what's where, but that's good. That's good for her. Yeah, no, that's one the Democrats want to hold on to for sure, and it's one of the few seats that could go from Democrat to Republican. Hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Kojo's such a great candidate, and I think when I even though I'm far away here, he's not, I can't vote for him. I'm gonna want to tune into his concession speech when unfortunately that's gonna happen, because
it's actually
he's just done such grace.
It's happening right over where I live. They blocked off the street, and there's a bit of a not exactly a block party, but a part of a block party going on.
Get your phone and go down there. What are you doing?
What?
Here? Maybe that would add something to this,
Get a more experienced reporter than me to do that.
Oh, and by the way, you don't think you have what it takes?
Hey, I'm back. How's everyone doing?
Oh,
Who's back?
okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, Belsky. It sounds like you're being interrupted now by
Zach.
and unfortunately.
I'm not trying to interrupt. Continue.
Zach, you got any good dick jokes?
That's what you're bringing to this?
They're a little too short.
Hey!
I don't like
If you had a joke about the Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, who's about to be reelected, that would be real topical.
Can you work on that, Zach? Could you get on that one?
Write a Dick Durbin joke?
Yes, please.
Let
And
me
get back
work
to us. As soon as you can. That would be amazing.
Let me grab my notepad.
See, that's a pro right there. That's a pro.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive.
These are some dope pens right here.
This is
Dick
why
Durbin.
This is why he's so important to this team. Somewhat.
I'm now getting caught up on different results, guys. So I want to see what's up nationwide and a couple
On
different
your
important
side.
places, just like we were saying, because yeah, it's anxiety filled. Talking to
awful.
a couple people, we all wanted the big immediate blowout, and we gotta look. If we want their side to not declare things that are false, we need to just read the results as they come in, truth on truth terms, understand what the map tells us, what the if-then scenarios are. We're still not in bad shape yet. We've lost Florida probably, and that's okay.
How are you feeling about Michigan currently?
I think the Michigan returns, we can't really read anything from them quite yet based on my understanding. I'll have to look at the county breakdowns and stuff like that too, but that was not one of the we'll know a whole lot tonight states based on how they do stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
I see.
Dustin is swapping in.
Devo, I think is what
Sorry,
he prefers.
Devo is swapping in.
All right, I got a Dick Durbin joke.
Okay.
He's back with it.
Dick Durbin serves as the Democratic whip, but the one thing he couldn't whip up was a new name.
Let's take an alternate joke on that one.
Yeah, well, that was...
It was okay.
It was pretty good.
It was okay.
Pretty
You
good.
know what? He was on a time crunch and he made it happen. That was
You did make it happen.
a C-plus
That's fair.
joke for that period of time is an A.
Well,
Thank you.
it was okay.
What's up, Zach, by the way? I'm Alan. What's up, brother?
Not a lot, Alan.
Yeah.
And we also have Sean here.
Sean Singleton, what is the mood like in Massachusetts, a thoroughly blue state?
Tense.
Something that the only one
like
that is
most-
yeah.
Like most places, when you go into rural areas, there's a lot of there's a lot of Trump-Pence signs everywhere. And then when you're in the city, it's pretty obscure to find any sort of Trump bullshit anywhere, which is great.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, now
Kind of
that's
my
now
my
that's
neighborhood
interesting.
Is, so and I know, and it fights kind of the stereotype of Boston being racist. My neighborhood, a lot of neighborhoods around here, my neighborhood is entirely bilingual. So, very much Democratic, liberal-leaning presence here.
And what's the other lingual?
Southie.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it?
No, it would be Spanish.
Okay, good.
No, there is a very large proportion of Latin American, Central American and South American people here. Not so many. It's in Oklahoma, where we have a large proportion of Mexican Americans. This is very much everything except Mexican American people, which is kind of weird to me because it's the exact flip in Oklahoma. Where your ethnic Hispanic food is basically Mexican food, and here it's anything except Mexican food. If you want Bolivian, San Salvadorian, Colombian, whatever the fuck you want, we got it here. But there's zero Mexican food. It's the weirdest fucking thing.
I'm back. I have coffee. I mixed it with hot chocolate.
Oh, that's a Dunkachino.
Oh, you had to just do something to let him bring up donkeys. Bring up donkeys there. Boy, will you hand me that? Will you hand me that MacBook in front of you, please?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And remember, not to pull on that cord because it'll drop.
I'm not pulling the cord.
Okay.
So I'm looking at some.
push on the cord.
I'm looking at some results here. And Belsky, you there, Belsky?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm looking at some results here, and I'm using New York Times results. I find them to be pretty good. So Biden is still up +3 in North Carolina. I'm seeing with 78% reported, a narrow margin. Texas has finally switched over to Trump
Not bad.
at a -0.1, less than 0.1%. How are we feeling about Ohio currently?
Ohio's uncertain because some of the rural districts haven't come in. Obviously it's about, just like in a lot of states, the cities and suburbs versus the rural areas, Biden versus Trump in that regard. And it looks like that, Dayton, Cleveland, Akron, where I'm at, Cincinnati and Columbus have, come in more than some of the rural districts because of the good vote by mail system here, which means those results came out earlier. I think my vote is probably already counted towards Biden with those results. Yay me. But can't quite tell yet. Too close to call, as they say.
Now, were we projecting New Mexico to go for Biden?
Yes, that's a Biden. Biden state. It was close-ish, single digits, but projected to go to Biden for sure.
Okay, and can you give us some insight? Why are the results so slow coming in from Pennsylvania right now?
So, where's the manual? We need to get the manual in here too. It's based on how they open their mail-in ballots up. They weren't allowed to actually start until today.
Yeah.
There's actually a really, really good consolidated resource on this on 538. If you just Google when to expect election results, that'll literally be the first thing to come up, when to expect election results. So based on that page I'm looking at right now, the absentee ballots couldn't be processed, not even counted until today, whereas the ballots in Ohio, they were able to be processed as soon as they came in if they were up to 2 weeks before election day. So again, that processing time automatically slows things down. So I think that's part of it, is the procedure, and they have a red state legislature, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of that stuff is by design.
Quinn seems to be enjoying his coffee here.
I am.
Do we want to get? Yeah.
The overwhelming majority of votes will be counted by Friday in Pennsylvania. So again, there are two things to watch for in the next couple of days. It's the results, and it's what Trump does and says. Unfortunately, he sucks the air out of everything, just like he wants. He's the attention getter. Hey, he gets it. And we'll see what he says as far as stealing the election when it's literally just votes being counted a little bit later due to COVID and the unique circumstances of this cycle. And he's just trying to delegitimize everything that's not going his way and, rile up his supporters who really don't need a whole lot of riling up to begin with.
All right. Well, I need to actually Landry Miller.
Dick Durbin joke.
Oh, Dick Durbin joke.
Yes.
Landry, can you go down to the front door and grab something for me?
Yes, I can.
Pizza?
Yes.
Pizza coming.
Dick Durbin.
Yes.
Dick Durbin was the author of the legislation to ban smoking from airlines, and the reason we have the term "a dick move."
I don't like that one either.
All right. Well, yeah.
Fuck you, Landry.
Yeah.
Well, it's currently
Is
8:18,
the only
and you.
setup literally that you have to use the name Dick Durbin? Is that it? Because I want to start writing some of these. If that's the game here.
Yes. Well, you have to
It's
use.
just fun to say.
Yeah.
Dick Durbin.
Well, what about
Set it up however you want.
What about
They're your jokes,
Belsky? What
Dick
was
Durbin poison.
Well, we'll throw you another softball to write with. How about Dick Army?
Dick Army.
Dick
Okay.
Army. He was
Was a real dude.
he was in the Reagan administration. So there you go.
It's 8:19 right now, and you know what that means.
This is my friend Vagina Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Please, gentlemen, it's 8:19, and you know what that means. It's time for an update on how Jill Stein is currently doing. Jill Stein currently has 0% of the vote. We will update later at 9:07.
Still alive.
At 44% of the precincts reporting, Kanye West currently has 2,403 votes in Oklahoma.
Damn.
So little over 2,000 more than, or a little less than 2,000 more than Landry Miller got. Joe Jorgensen has 11,751.
Ooh.
So there you go.
She's not going to win.
Guys, at this point, state question 805 and 814 are both trailing by well over 100,000. Clearly, those are not, I'm going to say, are probably not going to pass. The Battle of the Todds, the Republican Todd Hyatt is currently up. It's been called for Jim Inhofe. Kevin Hearn, they haven't called it yet because only 15% of their precincts are reporting for U.S. House District 1. Don't know why the numbers are so slow coming in from Tulsa. Mark Wayne Mullen, who told us he wasn't going to run for re-election,
that motherfucker
is now run for his second re-election.
That motherfucker's the shittiest plumber of all time.
He is.
And the most racist.
And the most
Native
racist,
American.
yes.
That bitch.
So
that bitch, Mark Wayne Mullen. He can go fuck himself.
now, unfortunately, one of the...
He came out and tried to fix the pipes at our house, and he didn't do it. He sucks. He sucks.
He can't keep any promises.
You
No.
adjusted my mother's pipes.
He's a terrible plumber.
For him personally,
Yes, Dick Armey went to the University of Oklahoma.
A very shout out to my yeah. You go grab some pizza. There's a veggie one for you.
Ooh, there's a veggie one?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
So
He's with giant chunks of tomatoes.
yeah. So guys, a local race that is very near and dear to our hearts for the people of Red State Blues, Belsky and Daniel the Political Manual, is Joanna Dossett versus Cheryl Baber. Currently, with 50% of the precincts reporting in that race, Joanna Dossett does enjoy a lead, but it is narrowing as time goes by. So if the South Tulsa districts are the ones coming in, Joanna's lead, she currently leads 13,142 to 10,846. But we'll see how those play out there. Surprising, with 34% of the districts reporting, Shauna Mott Wright does have a lead over Dave Rader currently. In Senate District 39 in Tulsa, which is very interesting. I don't know where the money came from. All of a sudden, tons of money came in on the Shauna Mott Wright campaign.
Well, a lot of money came into Tulsa politics all of a sudden from everywhere. Not just like, for a lot of Republican candidates, but all over the place too. It was kind of actually, I had someone from the Tulsa World call me a couple weeks ago and was asking a bunch of questions about it, because apparently when I was running a few months ago, this group had put money into an ad for me that I did not know anything about. So, I got quick. Can you not stand directly behind me? That is terrifying. Anyway, by the way, I do have a little update on city council races. District 6 now has 6% reporting.
Got a Dick Armey joke.
Okay,
It's not very good.
Did you say Dick Armey?
Yeah, we switched to Dick Armey.
Oh, perfect.
Yes,
okay.
what's your Dick Armey joke?
No, let Landry finish.
I feel like you should go first.
Nah, you should go.
Okay, good. You'll recover this bad joke then. Dick Armey's full name is Richard Keith Armey. With a middle name like Keith, I understand why you'd want to go by Dick.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not
right.
very good.
Yeah,
that's your best one yet.
It's not very good.
Sadly, he's right. It was your best one yet.
Keith's just such a bad name.
Okay, so District 6, we have 6% reporting. Connie Dodson, who's the incumbent, 69% ahead. And thank God, because Christian Bingle's a goddamn nightmare. District 7, with Lori Dector Wright, she's 70%. So she's okay. But then 10% now in District 5. Mikey is still ahead with 61%. Oh, we have something coming in.
Breaking news. I can report with
More pizza.
100% of the precincts reporting. In a final vote of 32-3, the Delaware County Monkey Island Fire Department proposal has passed.
What the fuck is that?
Don't know, but there were 35 people that voted. So there you go. 35. I always love those in Oklahoma. America. Okay, apparently we have lost the stream up there.
Lost the stream.
No, up on the TV.
I think we're going to commercial or something.
Let's see. I'll figure it out.
Another piece of breaking news, Devo.
Yep.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the QAnon congresswoman, her race is being called in Georgia's 14th congressional district. So we not only have QAnon sympathizers in Congress now, we are going to have an actual QAnoner
Oh my God.
in Congress.
Are you serious?
We are rolling in the right direction.
I didn't think she was going to pull this off.
Well, it is.
Oh no, it was her district is a deep red district. The Democrat actually dropped out before the race ended. So
As far as going back to the national election with the president, as far as Ohio is concerned, do we expect a definitive answer in Ohio tonight?
I don't think we do. First of all, we have Republican secretaries of state, attorneys general and stuff like that, and there was some weird-ish stuff that happened the last couple of days. Like the attorney general or the secretary of state tweeted something out yesterday saying, "Make sure to postmark all of your mail-in ballots by tomorrow," and it had to actually be by November 2nd. So, but that is the only issue is you can postmark your ballots by today or yesterday. Actually, yesterday. Sorry, that is the thing I just said. and that's good enough. So those results will be coming in afterwards. But the conventional wisdom is that most people that are mail-in ballot folks did it early, or they did the drop box stuff, or they, if they didn't get it, they might have voted in person to replace their mail ballot. So the answer is kind of.
Okay.
It's possible we'll know more, but if it's for Biden, or if it's not close, not razor thin close, then we will probably know tonight.
Cool.
Yeah.
That'll
Okay.
be huge.
Well, give me an outlook. What is your confidence here for a Biden victory at this point?
Look, I'll be honest and say that it's less than what it was entering the night. Even with me earlier saying that we shouldn't overreact to Florida, because we're not seeing a trend so far of like a blue wave where it's an overwhelming, immediate, obvious victory. But I feel okay still. I feel okay. I'd grade it at in the 80s, maybe high 80 percentages still, like 85%. That's what I'll give it right now, because again, Wisconsin, we're gonna win. Michigan, we're gonna win. That and the Nebraska 2nd district, I'm near certain we're gonna win. I have to look at all those results state by state to see where we're at right now. And that just means we need 10 electoral votes to tie. And Arizona is 11. So I know, listen, the argument was we want it to be a blowout. We don't want it to be anything, close.
Yeah.
But the fact is, that's not fair. Why do we need to live by our own standards and they have their standards? Look, if we win by 2 electoral votes, if it's 271 to 269, that's a win.
Yeah, that's
Just
a W.
like in a football game, if it's 38-0 versus 38-37, a win is a win. So that's not. We need to reshift that narrative and just say, look, we need to get to 270, and we still very easily can get there.
Let me ask a different question. What do you think is the possibility that Donald Trump will win the presidency, but that the Democrats will win the Senate?
It's in the cards. It's in the cards. It's it's not as likely because of where the Senate seats are. For example, North Carolina, there could be ticket splitting, like I said, where Trump wins and Cal Cunningham, the Democrat, wins, but that's unlikely. So if it goes one way, it's going to go that way for both races. Iowa is likely going to be the same way. Texas is going to be the same way. Alaska and Montana, which have very small electoral vote numbers, but still, if they were to go to either Biden or the Democrats, would be a huge story. That would be a same kind of situation. So it's unlikely, but it is possible. And another possibility, which is something I lay out in my blog post, is that it's maybe 49-49 tonight, or it's 50-48 tonight, and there are 2 Georgia special elections that are going to happen January 3rd, which will determine the balance of power in the Senate. And of course, what happens now and what happens in the next 2 months is going to determine, the level of enthusiasm, on that January 3rd vote. So if, say Biden loses Georgia, which again was thought of as a toss-up, that could swell turnout for the Democrats saying, hey, we didn't do good enough, and Republicans could be rested on their laurels, or not having Trump at the top of the ballot, it may hurt them. So different if-then variables could cause that to play out. But it's possible. I think it's less than 50% sure. I think if it goes one way, it's going to go that way for the party in both things.
Well, I have some bad news for the people who have been continuously texting me for the last 6 months that Mitch McConnell just won, which those people who have been texting me for the last 6 months said was gonna. They were pretty sure that they could beat him, and unfortunately they didn't.
Those emails didn't work?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Mitch McConnell.
That was misguided for the Democrats to put so much into Mitch. That was always a likely Republican win. That's a very deep Republican state. They do have a Democratic governor now, but honestly, similar to Bernie Hillary in 2016, in my personal opinion, they picked the wrong candidate. They should have picked the more progressive Charles Booker over Amy McGrath. I don't think it would have made a difference, and Mitch would have won. But yeah, like we should have put more money behind the Montana and Alaska races. Do you guys know anything about the Alaska Senate candidate Al Gross?
No, I don't. But hold on really quickly, because
Sorry.
is this news? It just says that Colorado just went to Biden.
Not news.
That's not
And
news.
the Dakotas went to Trump.
And both Dakotas went to Trump.
That's not news.
Yeah. Also not news.
I'm hosting this shit right now, and I don't know what I'm doing. So.
No, but you know what? The margin in Colorado will be interesting. We'll see if it's like, 10 to 12 points, and that just means that state has shifted even more. Now, what I'll say too is, here's where it is relevant. Colorado is, have they called the Senate seat? That could be the first Senate seat that they've officially called. That's a flip for the Democrats with John Hickenlooper.
Oh, they were just saying that wasn't that not all the votes were in on that, but they were saying that he was the front runner currently.
Nice. So yeah, we'll see, guys. We'll see. Take some more drinks.
Oh, you are.
Well, Devo won't let us take a break, so
Yeah,
No,
I guess
no,
we're going in harder than ever.
One fun thing to look at is Virginia, which is going to go to Biden. They called Virginia immediately after the vote result came in, which would have been unthinkable years ago. It was thought of as a swing state and is now a blue state, and that's one of the reflections of why we don't have to worry, is that Trump is not going to flip any states. Like, I mean, New Mexico or Nevada or New Hampshire are the ones that are possible that Hillary won, that Trump could win, but it's extremely unlikely that those are going to happen. So with that in mind, like, we just need to take over a couple, and we're probably not going to know about Pennsylvania or Wisconsin tonight, which are crucial. Pennsylvania less so, especially if we can get in Arizona. But Colorado, blue state, all those pot smokers.
So I'd like to bring on Sean Singleton real quick.
why?
Sean, are you there?
I agree with Landry. Why?
Because
Why?
because sir,
What's up?
because I'm getting ready to have a little Gator Bot Sassumo infused rum.
Oh,
here.
Oh, this is why you brought me on.
I did bring it on. I was getting to have a little. Today, I wanted to buy a liquor that maybe Landry Miller would drink, and so I bought something that was orange flavored, which is Satsuma rum.
Landry, have you tried it yet? You're gonna really enjoy this.
I did try it, Sean. Yes.
Now, Sean, your voting experience up there. Did you get to vote at Fenway Park like your wife did?
I did not.
His wife.
I chose to vote by mail.
Why?
Who'd you vote for?
Kanye.
Well, no, that wasn't an option for me.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, I voted for Biden, but I chose to vote by mail just because I didn't want to have to get out. Like, why would I want to have to get in the car, get on the subway or something, and go?
Oh, so the wife
go to a place.
So you're too lazy.
So the wife voted at Fenway Park to get away from you. Is basically what you're saying. She wanted to get.
She took 2 trains. She took a day. She made a day of it.
No, because she doesn't work out of the house like I do. She has to go to the hospital.
Sure.
I just stay here to work.
She has to save lives and
Probably a car outside.
be a hero.
And I gotta
real
fix people's
hero.
emails.
A real hero, like a firefighter.
I got another update. We now have 40% reporting for Tulsa City Council District 5, and unfortunately, Cass is starting to catch up. Mikey's still ahead with 56%, but
Who do we want to win that one?
We want
Mikey.
We want Mikey Arthrell to win that one. If you'll hand me
Okay.
the laptop, please.
he's a good candidate, and Cass Fowler is very much not.
A garbage human.
Yeah, so it actually they pair nicely. And then District 6 doesn't look like Christian Bingle's going to take it, thank God. And then District 7, we're up to 30% reporting, and Lori Dectoritis still ahead with 65%. Justin Van Kirk is also not someone we want on City Council. Actually, all 3 of these that are losing right now are the 3 worst candidates that we could ever have on the Tulsa City Council. And that's saying
so
a lot.
Things are going in the right direction.
Yeah. For right now.
Cool.
Karen Keith looks like she's taking it. I mean, maybe. She has 104. She's 104,000 votes, and Dr. Josh Turley has 3,000. So it looks like she's gonna take this one.
Maybe people just saw the word Turley and said they couldn't vote for that. So.
They were like, "I've driven through there."
All right, so
I lived by there.
So, another breaking news: some of the congressional races. So Madison Cawthorn is a 25-year-old Republican out of North Carolina who is comic relief, not in a good way. He's a laugh at comic relief type.
Oof.
And if anyone
Quinn
watching, if anyone has ever watched Veep, you know Jonah Ryan when he said we need to eliminate daylight savings time.
Oh boy.
Madison Cawthorn literally tweeted that out, like himself, as a real serious thing yesterday. So
sounds like a candidate I can get behind.
I mean, based on the ballot you put in today, Zach, that doesn't surprise me.
So we got a 25-year-old congressman.
You think I voted, you fool? Do
so
I have the sticker on?
I never got a sticker.
This Boston sucks.
Well, they don't give you a sticker if you mail it in.
Oh, fair. Good point. I forget you don't go places. Sean doesn't go places.
By the way, I do have some.
That's the shortest kids book ever.
I'm right.
Sean doesn't go anywhere. It was a glorious day. Sean didn't go anywhere. The end.
Where does Sean go?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
Here's the door. Does he open it?
Sean,
Nevermore.
But to Sean, it's always.
I like it's their show now. This is what happens.
Thanks, guys.
Well, this might now.
Hey, we're just gonna kill the time while you guys do your election.
Well, this might now just be the #1 show going on. Boy, guys, I gotta tell you, this is very disheartening. With 73% in, it certainly looks like the state questions are dead in the water.
I was afraid of that.
That is, I don't like this. Like with 814, with 814 failing, this is going to be horrible for the state. It means that more money's going to be taken away from crucial services because there's no way in hell that the state legislature is going to raise taxes on production.
How did we get to the point where, because the question I heard a lot about was 805. Yeah. 805, I saw at least 2 or 3 posts a day on social media, and I think I follow some pretty, some normal circles, but I never once saw anything about 814. I saw one ad for 814, and it was
first
a no.
time I'm hearing of it.
Well, the difference is that 805 was a voter-driven initiative, whereas 814 was the Oklahoma legislature copping out and saying they don't want to make the tough decisions. And now what we're going to be left with this is that literally they have to find that $100 million somewhere. So unless they're willing to up taxes on oil production, it's going to come from education. It's going to come from other services. It's going to just not go very well for the state of Oklahoma.
Right.
At this
No,
point.
you're absolutely right.
So this is a horrible news for us here. So,
and then I do have the unofficial numbers from the polling locations for District 7. So these haven't all been reported officially, but they've been recorded by...
Yeah.
Okay, and it looks like Lori Decter Wright is going to win with 54%. So thank God on that race. That's the only one I have that amount of information on right now. I asked some people to send me stuff as they got it, but that's the one I've gotten so far.
After early leads, Kansas has now flipped to Donald Trump. That's not surprising. Texas is now up more significantly with Donald Trump as well. New Mexico and Colorado have come in for Joe Biden. Currently sitting at 131 to 92 in the Electoral College. We're still seeing that Biden is up, but only by plus 1.8. Belsky, are we seeing what I had feared, which is that now that these rural districts are starting to roll in, the rural voters, these quote-unquote silent majority that I've been talking about forever, they're coming in and they are flipping this election.
You know, I was going to come in, unmute, and say the opposite about Ohio, which you were asking me about earlier.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Ohio results right now, and Ohio is a perfect state to illustrate that. I mean, I live in Akron, which is a city. I can go 15 miles down the road and be in a county called Medina, which is, farmland, Trump country. It's a very, very split state. And looking at the election returns in Ohio, which was thought of as, maybe a lower probability than Florida, Georgia kind of state, and, the Rust Belt that Trump needed, that Biden would love to get. It's almost tied right now, 2,085,000 votes for Biden, 2,014,000 votes for Trump. But when you look at the county by county results, in a lot of those rural counties where, you have 20,000, 15,000, 8,000 votes, you have about 98-99% of the results in, because they're mostly in-person voting. And when I go over to my county, which is Summit, where Akron and Canton are, some cities, blue places, Cuyahoga, where Cleveland is, yes, there are some red suburbs, but that's good. Those are at 60 to 70%, 80-ish%, which compared to the 99% of those rural counties is huge. Same thing is true of the county that Columbus is in, Franklin County. Now that, looking at it closer, could skew for Trump based on the precincts, because that's at 70. Franklin County, Ohio is at 72% for Joe Biden, which I think is going to tip the scales a little bit more, because Columbus, even though it's a city, is a little bit mixed, so that could tip the scales the other way. So Ohio is going to be razor thin and win, I think, 8 or 9 points for Trump, and a huge surprise as far as that margin. This is going to be, if Trump wins it, just like Texas, maybe 1 or 2 percentage points. So Ohio, my vote is contributing to a presidential election, which makes me sad that you guys in Oklahoma can't have that feeling. Popular vote forever.
Are we concerned
That's why I only vote for Dancing with the Stars, where it really matters.
Are we concerned about Michigan at the moment?
No, we have absolutely nothing in Michigan. It looks like there is a huge amount of Republican votes in percentage-wise, but as far as mass votes that are there, it's not there yet. When I look at 771,000 for Trump, 564,000 for Biden. There was over 2 million on each side last time. I'm going to go ahead and click into the map now and see the counties. So when I look at Wayne County, where Detroit is, Wayne County, where Detroit is 15% in. So, lot of time to come there, and no, we don't know anything about Michigan yet.
All right. Well, Jazz Lady is what it said.
Jazz what?
Sean, do you want to say it?
Yeah, no,
I do not.
Nope, it is not. This is why it's good
Hard pass.
Hard pass.
But the good thing, well, what Quinn is referring to is Jade Simmons, independent.
Oh, Jazz Lady.
Who has received 2,600 votes here in Oklahoma. So she could still take it.
Now, Belsky, if I get you back on for a second, what do you take about? Are you telling me right now Joe Biden in the gambling odds has fallen to the underdog at plus 195 for the election? Is it time to put money on Joe Biden?
Is that true?
It is
what
true.
You just said?
That is true what I just said. Donald Trump is currently at minus 290 to win the election, and Joe Biden is at plus 195.
Wow.
So take the plus 195 for sure. I'm looking at Bet Online, and they're at plus 165 for Biden. But just like Hillary on Election Day, that's an overreaction. Hillary on Election Day started off as a huge overdog, minus 400. She ended at minus 1,500 when, again, there was still a lot of TBD stuff on the results. So that's what's going on right now. There's a lot of TBD stuff on the results, and I think that's based on action, liability. There's not going to be a whole there. They want to attract Biden vote. They're worried that maybe Trump will win, and they want to attract Biden people because maybe they're not experts, or maybe the other way around, where they want to see people hedge for Biden And I don't know. But yes, go ahead and go for Biden now. He's an underdog. Doesn't necessarily deserve to be an underdog right now at all.
All right. Well, if you're a gambling person out there, definitely check that out. Belsky, I want to make sure that people know where they can find you because we've been relying on you pretty heavily here. You're Wrong Lines on Twitter, right?
Yeah, it's Wrong Lines on Twitter. I have a spreadsheet up there that has like all the elections. I have not posted the results, and I might actually not because that's a lot of manual work when it's something that you can just Google. People do it better than I do anyway. But right, so 538 right now. I'm looking at ABC in the corner of my eye. Biden still is the favorite. He still deserves to be the favorite based on the electoral map. But no, I'm right here with you guys, SoundsTooth listeners. I'm right here, looking at it with you. But if we go off the broadcast, definitely follow me at Wrong Lines tonight, the next couple days, because I'm all up in it.
I'm gonna go find you right now.
That's interesting though, Devo, about the underdogginess of Biden. What do you make of that? Do you think that's more expectation based or more actual results based?
I don't know. I think it seems like it's the result of these shrinking leads that we're getting from Biden. And the New York Times has projected that Trump has an 88% chance of taking North Carolina at this point. And if we're starting to see those states go, that the few states that he had to get to take the election, so I mean, we're seeing the same, the hopes and dreams that we had here of carrying these states just slowly go away.
Yeah. Again, let's think about the if-thens and look at the map. Say we don't get Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, which again, we know nothing about those three states as we speak. If we get all three of them, then we win. But say we lose all of those and we win Texas, which it's trending more towards us. It's not crazy to think. Look at all the efforts that have been going on in Harris County to drive out the vote. The cities and suburbs, which are significant, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio / Austin, and of course the Rio Grande Valley and El Paso, which are all blue areas. Like, if we do not win any of those Midwest states, we don't win anything that Hillary lost in 2016. But we win Texas, it's a tie. It's 269 to 269, and we could very well possibly flip the congressional district, the Nebraska 2nd congressional district where Omaha is, which would be one electoral vote, which is 270, which is what we need to win outright. Again, we need 270. We don't need 300 plus. We don't need 400 plus. Everyone thought that maybe we'd get to those high numbers, hope for it.
I did not.
Yeah, well, hey, kudos
I was not someone who thought any of this would be a landslide. I was like, this is going to be much closer because we're going to realize how complacent Americans truly are.
I'm gonna share a piece of information here because there's a bit of a bet going on here to see. We're betting on a few things. We're betting on how many electoral votes Donald Trump's gonna set. Yeah. We're betting on how many votes, electoral votes Donald Trump will get. We're voting on how many seats the Democrats will have at the end of the election, and we're voting on how many, or we're betting on how many votes Kanye West will get in Oklahoma. And I
thought the Kanye thing was nationwide.
No, it's in Oklahoma.
Well,
that explains. Although mine wasn't much lower than
and I believe that, am I the only person on that list?
Yeah, you're the only person.
I'm the only person who projected that Donald Trump was going to get more than 270 electoral votes.
What's your point?
That he's waiting for a Trump presidency.
Listen, if I win, I'm gonna be real sad, but I'll get a bottle of liquor, right?
Yeah.
But if I lose, I can be very happy.
You know what would be really funny, Devo, would be, we've been chatting in the Red State Blues pod chat, and, there's this thought among some of you fellas that the Midwest is going to be where Trump loses, and what if it's the exact opposite of that? The other narratives that people were saying, me included, maybe North Carolina, maybe Florida, maybe Georgia, maybe Texas, and it ends up being instead Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, maybe Iowa later tonight. So, look, you never know. America's a big, diverse country.
Mm-hmm.
Too early to call.
I love when they do that.
Yeah, Biden's.
We have an alert. It's too early to call.
Yeah, barely ahead in Ohio. I mean, we're dealing with the other Dan. He's doom and gloom at this point. It certainly does seem like these races are going the way we don't want them to go, though.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like 2016 all over again. Mm-hmm. And
which ones?
Like all of them. I mean, we're these numbers, like, they're just at the current margins. They're so close, or even with Trump's ahead. Like I said earlier, this is a moratorium on the shittiness of Americans, and it's clear that Americans are shitty. I mean,
I think it's more of a pattern thing. I think this is something I've always heard my entire life. Elections go in patterns. You get 8 years of this, you get 8 years of this, yada yada yada. And it seems to be like that is a true thing. Like, it just seems that people are just like, well, it is what it is. What can I do about it?
Don't forget, we still have another round of polls that still have to close.
Yeah, I mean,
we do.
Saying,
we do, but we're looking at these states.
Arizona's gonna be huge.
But we're looking at these states that we were told that were definitely in play, and they're clearly not in play anymore. I mean,
we do have some breaking news. The angry white people vote is in, and it turns out they hate minorities.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
well, a blind person could have told you that.
CNN's reporting it right now.
And I know that we have to factor in the votes that aren't in because they are, the mail-in ballots and things like, but the reality of it is, like, we're looking at, Virginia right now at 45%, and Biden's getting trounced. I mean, like, this is exactly what happened in 2016, and I don't know how to placate these people other than to say they just must be horrible human beings. Like, what? Because, like, if this was Bernie versus Trump, this is even worse right now.
I mean, to be fair, again, we have to look at a state like Virginia. We have to look at county by county. Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, which is, suburban D.C., only 25% in there. So, I mean, you can't really read a whole lot into it. The city of Richmond, which is a blue city, only 10% in there. Virginia is ours. We don't have to worry about that one. Let's just focus on the state. Look, if Virginia somehow goes red, we are in big, big, big trouble.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look that way. It's okay to just look at it rationally, look at it county by county, and break it down. But look, I would have loved for it to happen, but I said this to you in the red blue pod chat, which is that these states that we've been talking about, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, which we still don't know about yet because of the city of Atlanta, these are all states that Trump needed, that Biden, if he got one of them, would be great. And Ohio is also on that list. And again, that's going to maybe Trump will pull that one out too, but that's going to be narrow and very possible for Biden to win. Again, jury's still out on Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Nothing about Arizona, which is 11 electoral votes. Texas is very possible too. So, listen, Biden had a lot of more paths to 270 before this night started, and that obviously makes sense unless it was going to be called early, which we knew it wasn't. So let's use our logic that we've used for other things and put it all together to the puzzle pieces of it's not there yet. We still don't have to worry. There are if-then scenarios. Some of the ifs have happened, us losing North Carolina and Florida and possibly Georgia too. But again, we only needed one of those. We don't even need one of those. Trump needed all of them. So we can chill. We can chill and just watch it. Watch it happen.
It just seems like this map keeps getting redder and redder as the night goes on.
Whoa.
Well, that was expected.
I knew that was
Hickenlooper won the Senate race. And,
just like Cory Booker won. We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. Hey, we flipped the Senate seat. That's great. It's awesome. Democrats, we got the Senate seat. And North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who I talked about earlier, is a moderate. He's won his re-election, so that again doesn't necessarily bode well for Biden. There are Cooper Trump voters in that state, but still good that we have a governor, Democratic governor being reelected, and it could be good for the Democratic senatorial candidate and Biden in that state too. Not over yet.
So there's a couple interesting things that I just want to talk about the coverage of this, because they've started doing my favorite thing that news coverage does during an election, where they just click on states and switch them from red to blue, and the numbers go up and down, and they're like, what if this happened, and what if this happened, and what if this happened? They're playing all these different scenarios out.
Because they're waiting on the next polls.
Right, yeah, they're filling time just by talking about what could happen.
And just screwing with us the whole time.
Yeah, I definitely just did that myself too, so sorry.
No.
It's anxiety producing for sure, all of it is, and especially with it not going exactly how we wanted. But, we need to be vigilant, and we need to keep an eye on everything. Do we know every single mail-in vote? I mean, do we know the things that are happening behind the scenes? We're just seeing these results and, taking them for what they are. So we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking at them.
So let's see some local updates. Kevin Hearn has pulled out to a very commanding lead. That Kojo is not going to win that seat. 59 currently with 57% precincts reporting, 59% to 37% there. If we go to other ones, Joanna Dossett's lead, it keeps getting smaller and smaller. She's only up by less than a little over 1,000 votes at this point. Dave Rader has now taken a commanding lead over Shauna Mott-Wright.
City Council hasn't changed at all.
Just keeps getting worse and worse as we go, which is 2016 all over again. So that's great. Let me see if I can find this. If we have, why aren't they showing State District 5? But okay. Tulsa County. 45% on Tulsa County District 5 City Council. Mikey still has a 10% lead, but that is a tantamount to 700 votes. So,
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Lindsey Graham, they just called his race for him, so that was thought of as maybe close to a toss-up, lean Republican, but they have already called his re-election as well, Lindsey Graham.
Yep.
Damn it.
He won.
Yep.
Him and his little ladybugs won.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield?
No, did you not hear that story about him fucking all the male prostitutes?
Oh no! I mean, that's the most interesting thing he's done in a while.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Boy.
Listen, again, we don't. Yes, it's not going how we wanted it to immediately.
It's going exactly how I thought it was going to go.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Not sure about Texas yet either. So, okay.
It's going exactly how I thought it would go, which is we're going to lose.
Landry just raised up a small sign that says, "Why America make me cry every 4 years?" and then he drew a sad face. So
it's because Democrats can't get their shit together and actually create someone worth fighting and winning with. There's so much division between the Democratic Party that they can't get their shit together. If they could get their shit together, Trump loses, absolutely. But they can't. They want to be theatrical. They want to rip up speeches and do kneeling in the thing with Ken. It's like, do your job.
Again, this is still very early in the night before we start.
It is very early in the night, but this is a lot of what contributes to this.
And also, tonight isn't even it.
Well, could we talk for a second about Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden is
hot,
qualified.
Listen, we're voting for Kamala Harris. If Biden wins, we're only going to get a few years of him. Let's be real. He's not making it.
Biden's qualified, but Biden was never my first choice.
Like
How do we know that?
3 years older. He's only 2 to 3 years older than Trump. He's not that much older.
We don't know that.
Trump uses them baby fetuses to stay alive.
Allegedly. All right. So, boy. Yeah.
Allegedly.
I don't know, man. This just
So
seems.
here, I'm gonna read this tweet by Nate Silver, and it's all it might end up being all about the Rust Belt and Texas possibly. It's possible, like I said earlier in this stream, that Trump wins Ohio, but it's not going to be by the 8 or 9 points he did last time. It's going to be by 1 or 2 points because, again, the rural county vote are mostly in, and it's razor thin right now. But it looks like Biden might have a solid shot in Ohio, and if he does lose Ohio by only 2 points, it's a reflection of a shift. And Pennsylvania, which was, I believe, less than a percentage point, that they're very demographically similar, so that could be reflective of a flip in Pennsylvania for the Democrats. So we have to, again, earlier today, yesterday, other days, the Democrats, we ourselves were saying, let's not overreact election night. There's a lot we're not going to know because of all the weird procedures state by state, because of how they disallow reporting until the day of, different things like that. That is still true.
Right.
Even though in those couple of states, Florida, North Carolina, that would have, again, been a plus for Biden, but needed for Trump, not needed for Biden. Let's not overreact quite yet. Let's react properly, which is concerned, cautious, but still understanding the math.
I didn't want to drink tonight, but I might do a shot.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to confer with Landry Miller off screen for a moment. And
take a break?
All right, Sean and I will carry it.
we're gonna.
I can keep this going.
We're gonna take a break.
Quinn, Sean,
We're taking a
Alan,
break.
we got it.
Everybody, you guys can log off for right now. We might take an extended break. We'll let you know via text. Take it easy, guys. We're gonna go to a break.
I've never felt more optimistic than I do
Me
right
either. Tonight is going great.
now. I don't think there's any other way to describe this. For those of you just tuning in, this is Quinn Blakely.
Hello.
Landry Miller, and
Yes.
we're here to report on some stuff. We have a few updates since we've been on at the bottom of the last hour, or well, since about 9:20.
Yeah.
So we really haven't missed all that much. You might be able to tell lighting actually a little better this time.
Mm-hmm.
If I put on a jacket, it would be even better, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Look at how white my arms.
Oh.
Yeah, hand me that thing. Let's see if we can fix this lighting a little more here. Yeah, that's my
Is
jacket.
this my jacket?
No, this is my jacket.
Is it my jacket that I gave to you?
I don't think so. Why would it be?
Because I gave you a jacket a long time ago.
I don't think it was this one.
And it's that kind of jacket.
But I don't think it was this one.
All right, sure, whatever you think.
Also, I'm gonna have to put my hands out.
Hold
Look
on.
at
My button's askew.
my
My pin.
I
my
love
Oklahoma
voting.
flag pin
Yeah.
is askew.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
All right. So they've called it on State Question 814. It has not passed. 58% of the voters voted against 814, and I will say that I am among those voters who did not vote for 814. And I know this is going to make some people involved in this project very mad. I just didn't think it was a good idea to give away
That's
the
fair.
money that was specifically for cancer patients, for helping to deal with... I don't know if it was specifically for cancer patients, but it was for people who had... It was a tobacco settlement, and it was for helping people who were affected by, the misinformation of tobacco companies.
Yeah.
And I don't think that is good money to just give away. And a lot of people were saying that if we don't vote yes on this, they're going to come after education funding. They're going to come after education funding anyway. At one point or another. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Republicans are going to come after education, regardless of what happens with this money.
You have a good point. Yeah, scroll down. Show me what else is. I don't think anything was confirmed or called officially when we left.
Yes, I think that they have, with 88% of precincts reporting, Donald J. Trump (parentheses R)
Oh, okay, good.
has 65.4% of the vote, which is not necessarily surprising. Joseph Robinette Biden (parentheses D) has 32.3% of the vote, which, I don't know if we could have done better or worse with that, Inhofe's been called with 88%.
Yeah.
Reporting with 62.9%. There's no way Abby Broyles can pull that one out, right?
No.
No, there's no way.
There's no way.
They have not called Kevin Hearn yet.
That's
70% of precincts reporting, 61% for Kevin Hearn, 34% for Kojo. We are wishing well for Kojo.
I thought they had called that one.
We're all rooting for him. Well, according to
haven't?
this website, they have not. It's not green.
Oh, okay, cool. That's great.
Mark Wayne Mullen has won, the worst fucking plumber in the history of the world.
Oh, you have.
Mark Wayne Mullen's a piece of shit. And not just because he's a piece of shit, he's a terrible plumber.
Oh, tell me more about plumbing.
Every time I see one of those fucking red vans, I am furious because he's just terrible. Just awful. Just ridiculously bad plumber. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know exactly what you mean.
Makes me so mad.
It also makes me mad. Can I say that?
Yeah, no,
Am I
go
allowed
right
to say
ahead.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, it makes me mad.
I hope Mark Wayne Mullen is watching.
Hey, Mark.
Fuck you.
Mark, if you're
Fuck
watching.
you. Fuck you, Mark. Go fuck yourself.
Sorry, Mark.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I will never apologize for this. Fuck you, Mark. Is this slander?
I also
Is
wouldn't...
this slander me saying he's the worst plumber? I'll amend this.
Maybe the worst is
I've
the
had
problem.
bad experiences with Mark Wayne Mullen's plumbing company. I'll say that.
Okay.
Bad experiences.
And that's fair to say. You know that? Did you know that? You're allowed to say that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe he's not the worst plumber in the world. I've just had bad experiences, and he's an objectively not nice guy. So, go fuck
I think
yourself.
that's fair to say then. I think we're good. Then.
We've covered our bases legally.
Did we? I don't know if that's true. Also, I figure
boy.
that people might want a little bit of a better view here. So let's
get that.
Let's
get
bring
that
it on
going.
in a little here. How
sure.
about some of this right here?
Yeah, get it right up on us.
There we. Oh yeah.
There
what is
we
this?
go.
Weekend update?
Look at my hands.
The coloring is a little.
Look
better,
at how
though.
long my hands look.
I put some mousse into my hair to look a little more like a news reporter. How does that? Does that play?
Why my hand looks really small when it's right here, and
It
then
looks
right here it looks
massive.
giant.
Oh man. Okay.
Look at my big fucking hands.
Can I tell you what I hate the most about
Yeah?
election night
Mhm.
coverage?
Yeah.
Since we're doing one of those,
Right? Yeah.
It is that.
All they talk about is the election.
When are they going to talk about anything else?
Yeah.
No, what I hate is that they always do this thing where they say, by the way, it looks like Trump's winning a state. And then you look closer, and in tiny letters they say, there's only 5% reporting. What's that? Joanna Dossett, it's 92% reporting. She's
51 to 49.
49, that's going to be real close.
Yeah, that's a real close one.
Oh.
Joanna Dossett is real close. Let's check out...
Let me go right. Hey, by the way, I have some updates on the Tulsa City Council race. Pretty much, it's already been. It only has 52% reporting officially, but according to unofficial numbers, so people who sit at the polls and kind of report back to the campaigns. According to those people, it looks like Lori Decter Wright's going to walk away with 54% of the vote.
Shout out to one of my favorite Oklahoma House of Representatives, Melissa Provenzano, who, with 68 of the precincts reporting, has a 52.8% over...
On Rotten Tomatoes?
On Rotten Tomatoes. Over her opponent, Margie Alfonso.
Ooh, Margie.
47.2. I'm a big fan of Melissa Provenzano.
Really? I see her signs over on that side of town.
Yeah. Big proponent of education. She's a former educator.
I didn't know anything about her.
Wonderful, wonderful candidate. Also, I want to check on my former teacher.
You had a former teacher running?
Yeah, I'm not sure. John Waldron.
Yeah. Waldron, okay.
Is he?
Is
he running again?
I don't know. I think he might have been on the...
I'm gonna be honest.
You don't know anything about the guy?
I'm not super tuned into local politics the way
okay.
I wish I was.
That's okay. So let's talk about District 6 as well. Connie Dodson, she's still at 64% of the vote, and we have over 60% reporting. So it looks like she's probably going to walk away with this one. It looks like Christian Bengal's going to be sent back to...
Christian Bengal. What a name.
To the...
What a bad name.
The ditch of Tulsa that he resides in, I would assume. Whatever...
Well, if you give
manhole he crawled out of.
If you give someone the name Christian Bengal, I feel like they almost have to be a bad guy,
Also, he could easily go by Chris.
Chris Bengal.
Chris Bengal sounds way better than Christian Bengal. Christian Bengal sounds like he's purposely trying to make fun, make people think of... Chris Bing is... Well,
Chris
people
Bing.
don't normally shorten their last names.
I would if I had the name Bengal.
Yeah, me too, probably. Yeah, so anyway, Christian Bengal does not look like he's going to walk away. It's still too early to call that one technically. And then, of course, we move up to District 5, 70% reporting, and it looks like Mike Yarthrell's still ahead, but his lead is diminishing with every passing hour. So hopefully he can maintain that lead and continue to hold on to it and end up winning a seat on the city council. That's what I would prefer. What I would really love to happen. So there's that. How do you feel about it? Can we get an update on the presidential election?
The whole shebang.
Yeah, let's get this. Do you ever use 538?
I do not use 538. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I never, check out who's gonna win.
Okay.
I don't check any of that stuff. I mean, because
This is depressing.
I checked it all out in 2016, and everything in 2016 was saying it was going to be Hillary, and then it fucking wasn't.
True.
And so I just have major trust issues with that kind of
Yeah, why
those kind of
wouldn't you?
predictions. You know,
We were idiots to listen to these people. What do they know?
I will say that my favorite thing that came out of that whole mess is that now every once in a while, I'll see one of these like advertisements. It's like, this is the one guy who predicted that Trump was gonna win, and here's what he's saying about the stock market.
And you go, well, wait a minute.
And I go, whoa! What's he saying about the stock market?
But that's like if we were like, hey, I'm pretty sure Kanye's gonna lose, and then you turn on CNN one day and it's like the guy that predicted Kanye was gonna lose.
So what does it look like right now?
Okay, so just a general Associated Press.
I will say that is
race.
a much nicer looking map.
This is
than they show on CNN.
So CNN does this thing that you talked about earlier, where they just mess around with the numbers and they go, "What if this state?" And then they go, "We only have 30% put in right now. But if we had 70% and they were all Trump, it would look like this." And then they call a state, and then it doesn't make any sense. But we're looking at with the Associated Press, and these are also. These are states that have been officially won, states with just leads and no results yet.
Yeah.
Right now we're looking at Biden with 131 and Trump with 108. That has Texas, Wisconsin, Michigan looking like Trump has a lead there. And of course he's won North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri,
a huge
Arkansas,
just like scar going
through
right.
All the states we kind of assumed.
Yeah.
These are all states that we kind of saw this happening. Florida, it looks like it's still going towards Trump, but Florida is always one of those states that, we remember all the way back to 2000. Maybe you don't. I don't either. But we know that in 2000,
I was 2 years old.
Yeah, I was 7. So, anyway. So Trump is winning a lot of these states, but we also have to forget that the West Coast and some of the East Coast, upper Northeast Coast, still aren't fully. The numbers aren't all the way in.
We don't have Maine. We don't have New Hampshire.
Iowa, it looks like he's leading. Minnesota, of course, it looks like he's leading as well. So Montana also looks like it's going blue. I don't know how often Montana goes blue.
I don't.
But
I don't know about that.
Can we get some fact checking on that?
Yeah, I can do that.
And then, but New Mexico blue, Colorado blue. So right now we're sitting at. It looks like Joe Biden 131 to 108, and the vote percentage. Donald Trump he is leading in the popular vote, which is insane to me.
In 2016, Montana went for Trump with with 55% of the votes.
So here's the thing. Right now,
whoa! Montana had a not insignificant portion, like almost 6%.
Third party, they went all in.
Almost 6% of their population went for
abnormal.
Gary Johnson, which is
insane to me. Was he from Montana?
Yeah, and Jill Stein got 1%, and then, oh god, who the fuck else was there?
Does it say how many total votes are in that state? Because I assume it's 300.
Huh?
I said, how many total votes are in that state? Does it say?
Total votes. It's not saying total votes. It's saying that 279,000 and change.
And how many voted for Gary Johnson?
About 28,000.
So is he from Montana? Because that's the only thing
that
makes
makes
sense to me.
I think he's from Nevada. I think he's in Nevada.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah, because he was
everything about him makes way more sense.
He ran like a medical marijuana company or something like that.
Of course he did.
You know?
Remember when he faked having a heart attack or whatever? In the middle of an interview? And committed. Really committed.
Oh, man.
Would you like to hear some more about third-party candidates?
Sure, yeah.
Well, Joe Jorgensen has 1.1% of the vote.
She can make it!
Just under 1 million votes total, and this is with a lot of states kind of coming in right now. Yeah. And then Howie Hawkins, 0.2% of the vote. So
what a fucking joke.
So you know what I can say about my own race?
What?
I got a higher percentage than Joe Jorgensen. Locally.
I kind of threw a bone to the third party candidates earlier, like asking what they wanted, asking our numbers guy what to expect from this. Yeah, let's talk to him again.
Let's see if he's.
But I threw him a bone about that, but these third party candidates are not making any kind of difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
boy. Do you want some alcohol? You want to do some alcohol shot?
Why don't you whip us up some
Let's,
shots
we'll
here?
do some alcohol. Alrighty. Oof. Do you want bourbon or orange liquor, or both mixed together?
Whatever. No. Guys, we are whipping up some shots here because, well, what else are you supposed to do?
Here's my thoughts.
What's happening here? Okay, you have thoughts now. All of a sudden. This is a thing you're doing now, Quinn?
Yes, my thoughts.
Okay. And you mean THOTS, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, my connector is not working back here. Okay. So here's the thing. We're not giving up yet,
Yeah.
but we are feeling a little discouraged.
Let's do a little.
And what do you do when you
So
feel
I
discouraged?
think we can both agree that we both don't really like bourbon.
Okay, well, Lloyd Fuzzle, hi, buddy. We were not ignoring you. We just don't know how to do this and check the comments.
That's the problem.
So I appreciate that. And I see that you're here for real news. So you may be looking at the wrong stream.
Oof.
I like to think that we're probably the more...
We can both agree that we don't like bourbon.
I don't like bourbon.
We do
Also,
not like bourbon.
It is so hot in here.
Yeah, it's real hot.
Michael Patton, if you're watching, make it colder. Because
We both
this
like
is
this.
awful.
And I'll do a
I
little
don't
shout
know
out
what this
sponsorship
is.
for this. This is Louisiana Spirits Gator Bite infused with Satsuma oranges.
You know what's crazy about
and
it?
it's awesome. It's great. Honestly,
awesome.
it's rum and liqueur. Satsuma and rum liqueur.
Sure. You know what I
awesome.
find interesting about this is
Yeah.
that you don't normally like alcohol.
No, I don't. This stuff's great though. This is bourbon, and there's no kind of bourbon that I like. So why don't we do a little game here? Why don't we do a little game here?
Yeah, while we're waiting on, we still have 14 minutes till I think the last round of polls close.
Yes.
I think it's I may be wrong. I may have one more after that.
Let's think back to 2016. Here's my
Oh
thought.
God, why?
And here's what we'll do. We'll each of us will pick a state, and then whoever gets the closest to how badly Donald Trump won that state. Let's pick the red states. And however,
I don't remember anything.
Exactly.
I don't remember what you're saying.
The closest to the exact percentage of votes that Donald Trump won in that state. We'll do that a couple times, and whoever wins gets to drink Gator Bite. Whoever loses has to drink the bourbon.
The bourbon.
All right?
Wait,
So why
so
don't
what
we
am I
do that?
guessing?
So let's pull up.
Just tell me if I have to pick a low number or a high number.
All right. So
Can we do this like card sharks?
what's a red state? Name a red state.
Oklahoma.
Okay, Oklahoma. We'll go with Oklahoma first. What percentage of the vote do you think Donald Trump got in Oklahoma?
88%.
88%. 88%. Okay. I'm gonna say it was less than that. I'm gonna say it was
What?
I'm gonna say it was probably in the 70s.
Well, you're dumb.
70%. I'm gonna say it's like 75%. You're gonna go with 88%.
I'm gonna go with 88
Right?
percentile. Yes. Did you say 87? What did you say you were going with?
I said 75%.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, that's a good spread. I got a 4-point spread on this game anyway.
Yeah. And we'll do this a couple times, and whoever gets the most right will get to drink the wonderful Gator Bite.
Probably me.
Yeah. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I won?
No. Donald Trump got 65.32%
Whoa.
of the vote.
Whoa, that's it?
Yeah. In Oklahoma in 2016.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold the
Hillary Clinton only got 28% though.
Wait, who else was on this? Who got voted?
Yeah, Gary Johnson got 6% of the vote.
Whoa, so did he
Yeah.
do pretty
He did
well
pretty
then?
well. Gary Johnson was pretty vocal in the 2016 election. Yeah. All right, so I'll get a point for that. 1 point for me. Another red state.
Okay.
Now, this is based on Wikipedia. Just so you know.
well, so it's not
may
real.
or may not be true.
So none of this is true.
Hold on. New York Times is confirming that Donald Trump did get 65% of the vote.
Well, thank God for
So I'll get the point for that one.
Okay.
Name another red state.
Let's say Texas.
Texas. All right. And what do you how badly do you think Donald Trump won Tejas?
That feels racist, but I'm gonna guess. Could I guess 75%?
I'm gonna guess he went a little higher than that. I'm gonna guess he got 80%. 75 or 80%.
That's what you think, huh?
Yeah, I think it was 80. I think you said
Wow.
75.
What a moron. I think you're
not
stupid.
even close. He got 52%.
Oh,
so you
I
win
won.
that one. You got that one.
Thanks.
And let's do one more of these bad boys.
All right, you pick the next state.
All right. Alaska.
Alaska who?
Alaska. And I'll go first this time. I think that he pretty much clinched it in Alaska.
Clinched his little butt cheeks.
I'm going to go 75%. I think he got 75% of the vote in
Wow.
Alaska.
I'm gonna guess 68.
Alrighty.
So there's a if it's yeah, okay.
51. It's not as. It's a lot closer than we remember.
I
it
forget
being.
it being. Yeah,
It's a lot
it
closer
felt
than
like
we
it was
remember
a
it being.
total wipe.
Yeah, 51%. So that's for you. That's for
course.
you. So that means
you know what
you
it
get
means.
the gator bite,
That's right. I do.
and I gotta drink the fucking bourbon. Ugh.
Well, that's fine with me.
Alrighty. How much do you want? Say when.
Win.
Alrighty.
That's sizable.
It pours like syrup.
It goes down the gullet like syrup too.
And I got the bourbon.
Here, really, let's get a good shot of that.
Yeah.
There. Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
Oh hey. We're playing a game.
You guys are doing it.
Ugh.
We'll tell you very quickly what it was.
We were testing our memory of how much
Don't push
Donald
me
Trump
away.
won in 2016. Of what percentage of each red state he got the vote.
And we did pretty poorly.
Yeah.
Turns out it was much closer than we
It was
remember.
a lot closer in 2016 than we remember.
Oh yeah, dude, it was crazy, especially the three states that we still don't know anything about now: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It was like 70,000 total or something. Those three states combined. So.
Yeah, it's insane. So anyway, I won, and so I'm getting to
Yeah.
drink this Gator Bite.
Yeah, Landry is drinking Gator Bite Satsuma rum liqueur,
It's not awful.
and I have to drink bourbon because
So
I
it's-
lost.
Yeah. So, and then we can get right into some more numbers.
Yes.
No, this is great. I'm enjoying this.
We gotta drink the.
Honestly, I might have to go get a lox bagel tomorrow morning looking at y'all's cups.
Oh yeah.
Einstein Brothers.
Not a sponsor.
Do you have to drink the whole thing?
Yep.
Oh, Christ.
That was bad.
Alcohol.
You know what? It's good again.
Oh,
I'm not a big alcohol guy myself, at least in recent years. Or
oh
whatever.
fuck, that was so
But
bad.
I had a beer the other night. It was real nice.
Oh,
Good.
that was so
Well, I'm glad to
fucking
hear
bad.
that.
Oh god, that was so
You
bad.
okay?
No, that really hurt. That really hurt, and it's like in my ears now. Shit.
That
Ugh.
alcohol is in your
God,
ears?
it's just real warm. Whew.
I'm so confused by this.
I fucking hate bourbon, man. I didn't even drink it all. I drank like half of it.
So we were looking before you got here. We were looking at the Associated Press's current kind of spread on what's happening here, and first of all, Trump has this nice little swath, this
Big scar through the middle of America.
that we kind of saw coming, right?
Yeah.
Kind of saw that. But right now they have us Biden 131, Donald Trump 108. Boy, my lips have gotten very numb all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
my ears feel weird now. I'm gonna have some of that gator bite.
Anyway, Have we gotten any updates on any kind of more of these Senate races or anything like that?
Yeah, so North Carolina isn't looking too great for us. Cal Cunningham, that's one that I graded fairly as one that would flip from Republican to Democrat. It begs the question of, did his sexting scandal hurt him? Because, he had a sexting scandal about a month ago where it was released and he then admitted an affair and stuff like that, but he stayed in the race.
Yeah.
And, it might have, it might have. It's hard. It's impossible to really know. Exit polls can tell you things.
Right. Yeah.
So that one's tough. Iowa is still outstanding, both presidential and the Senate race that's there. Recent polling said that it would go for the Republicans. So we'll see there.
A big old hole right in the middle of the map where they aren't really showing much.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I would say I was looking at Iowa a second ago, and we're only at 53% reporting. But Biden's got a 12% lead right now. But that's with 53%. That's hard to tell. By the way, just an update for you. I don't know if you've been following this. What are you doing over here?
I'm having a rough time.
Okay. I didn't think one shot would take you down.
It was so bad.
Okay.
It was so rough.
Wow. Okay.
It still hurts. It still hurts. That bourbon still hurts.
We're the District 5 City Council race here in Tulsa is at 85% reporting. Mikey still has a lead with 51%. So we're still there. We're still holding on. And it may be just as close as last time.
Yeah. Now, Landry, do you know enough to know if we're going to know, close to 100 tonight on that?
I think it's going to probably get called tonight, yeah. Because one thing we were talking about, I don't know if I was talking with you about this, is that Oklahoma mail-in ballots kind of had to be put in. When was the deadline on that? It was at least a week ago.
Yeah, it was at least a week ago.
So it kind of Oklahoma. They seem pretty sure that they would have almost all their ballots in by now.
Right.
I think pretty certain of it. So I think most of the stuff will get called because the state question 814 got finally called and it was a no. So some of these other local races kind of got called too. So yeah.
Yeah. Look, Tulsa. I'm looking at the Ballotpedia page right now for that city council race, which of course, Landry is not on this page, but he's on Ballotpedia.
I'm on a page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about it.
Only by 409 votes. So that could be made up. It also could not be made up. We've seen, it looks like, that turnout has swelled on both sides. And in a city like Tulsa, that is, an American city, and that district is obviously mixed.
Yeah.
We could see turnout a little bit more on both sides. So I hope he pulls it out. Such a stark difference between those two candidates.
It would be so worth it. It would be nice not to have a city councilor that, despite whether or not you agree with our mayor, calls our mayor a snake in the grass on a podcast, and then when they go, "Hey, why'd you call him that?" He goes, "Well, I heard other people say that, so that's why I was just repeating it."
So you're saying we'd like a city councilor who's not an idiot?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Who doesn't know what they're
nice.
talking about?
I
like my politicians to know what they're talking about. Yeah. I know. Call me crazy.
We have honestly, we have a pretty solid city council. We have some people on there. Not if you're going to talk about,
they unanimously voted to
with,
take something down.
Yeah, not if you talk about relations with minorities in our city. They don't seem to really.
They don't care about black people.
But we
to quote presidential candidate Kanye West, they don't care about black people.
I always felt like I was the Mike Myers of that situation. So I don't know if was this Kevin Hearn race called when you were on before?
No, it wasn't, but it was
pretty close. Yeah, they officially called it.
Yeah,
84% is reporting, but he's up with 62%. So
yeah.
But Kojo got 34%, which is, pretty impressive. So
honestly, Kojo ran a great campaign. Kojo, really a good candidate, I think. In any other, place in the world, probably would have gotten way more than, how much did he get? 32% or something like that.
Yeah, 34 it looks like.
34. Yeah, would have gotten so much more than that.
Mark Wayne Mellon,
That
100% reporting.
That motherfucker.
He got 75%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not surprising, unfortunately.
I'm surprised
Listen,
that-
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Mark Wayne Mullen can go fuck himself.
Jeez. Yeah. Well.
I like it.
Yeah.
I feel like a detective
Inhofe.
right now.
Wow. Abby Broyles got basically 33%, which is also more than I would have
Yeah.
expected.
Oh yeah.
But it's weird that they both have about the same percentage of. Anyway, I'm sure there's something there.
Almost 30 exactly, Landry. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And also, Biden got about 33% as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Are you saying the numbers are being fudged behind the scenes?
Wait, what? That's not what I'm saying at all.
What are you implying?
It's just interesting that they got, it's pretty much a 30%, 30%, 30%. It almost says that the ratio of people looking for a more progressive Oklahoma future is about 30%.
Interesting.
I mean, you could argue that.
1/3 of the state is
I mean, then again, you have people that don't vote.
You know, and it's crazy too. Like
15%.
I lived in
15%?
Tulsa for many, many years, and I had a lot of different odd jobs in customer support, and met a lot of great and interesting people. But places like East Tulsa and North Tulsa, and apartment complexes even in South Tulsa and Midtown, different places. Like Tulsa's a real city, and it just feels like that there are a lot of missed votes, missed opportunities. As far as, and I don't even want to blame the folks that don't vote. It's more having to do with the outreach and the understanding that candidates do care for you and will be different. But it's just tough because of so many different reasons that divide the disinformation divides we have in this country, where we have our information silos that tell us different things. But look, we'll be okay. Like again, there's a lot of scaredness and upsetness and worriedness. I'm still on the presidential side. Gonna say to everybody that it's too early. It really is way too early.
Tell that to some people who were here in studio.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed an absence
Is
here.
that why DeVore left? 'Cause
Yeah.
he's just
He
worried
went.
about him?
Yeah, he went to a bar, so he'll be back.
Yeah.
Went to a bar.
No, I don't know where he went, but.
Like it's COVID.
No,
So,
yeah.
He went to sit on the curb and drink whiskey.
That's probably actually what he went to do.
Sit on the curb, drink whiskey out of a paper bag.
If this had been any other time, it would have been funny to say he went to a bar.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Man.
and then we do have locally state question 805 is a no officially with 60%. So
Remind me what that one's behind, Landry, again?
that's the one regarding sentencing guidelines. So especially with
mandatory
like violence,
sentencing.
mandatory sentencing. Yeah. So it honestly it was a good thing. But like I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, the anti-805 ran a really good disinformation campaign.
Yeah.
To the point that I questioned whether I was voting correctly at times,
Yeah.
and I was like, I'm pretty read up on this. I feel like so.
Yeah.
I hate that. And they intentionally, and Ballotpedia, which you were talking about earlier, each bill has like a readability index or something, and like that matters to the simple language of a bill. Like I consider myself a smart dude, and like I can read good, and like even when I was at home looking at my ballot, I had to take some extra time, do tons of research on a couple of the ballot things, and they do that intentionally sometimes. I think.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a way of trying to keep people out. But also, like, one thing about this bill, or the state question, it was not written very well at all.
Is that a real thing that's happening? Or is that them fucking with the thing?
I'm
The West
not
Coast.
sure. I'll check that in just a second. It was written very poorly, so that the way that this anti-805 campaign worked is they could say, domestic violence would get like domestic violence. What's the word? The people that commit domestic violence
Domestic
would
abusers.
get basically a pass. They would be released pretty
yeah.
quickly.
Well, yeah, that's what everyone's saying.
because
But
it
that's
was-
not what it's.
True, it
Yeah.
wasn't saying that at all, but it was very it was vaguely written enough that you could push that idea. And so then, you know, a lot of these things were passed of like, hey, 805, so, you know, if, you know, it's like non-violent offenses like incest, domestic abuse, assault and battery. And you're like, wait a minute, but 4 of these are all violent.
Violent, yeah.
And so, you know, but if you just read through it, you'd be like, oh, I don't want to support this, you know.
Yeah.
So they did a good job of that. As sad as that is. District 6 City Council has officially been called. Connie Dodson, who I agree 0% with, but is way less dangerous than Christian Bingle. She pulled it out and she won with 63% of the vote.
That Christian Bingle's one dangerous guy.
I don't know if Belsky, I doubt you know this story, but after one of the candidate forums they did, which I was horrifically mocked for wearing a mask and social distancing, he approached me afterwards.
Did he follow you to your car?
Yeah, he followed me out and decided to tell me he did not support the LGBTQ plus community, and he did not believe that they had any rights. And
which is
it was
at
very
the very
aggressive.
least, you know, homophobic. At the most, super fucking creepy.
It was terrifying. I was real concerned for a minute, but yeah. Anyway, so that was fun. So I'm glad he.
That's like the beginning of a hate crime, you know. Like before anything actually physically violent happens, that's how it starts.
I don't know the law, but my guess is there's something criminal behind that.
Following you out to your car and saying, "Hey, I don't like you."
Yeah, and I've gotten so all of his supporters have been really memeing me real hard. They've been saying some horrible things.
Sorry.
So Associated Press, their map has updated here. It says that Washington, Oregon, and California have been won by Biden, which I think we probably saw coming.
not a big thing, but it's
so
updated dramatically.
So they have it sitting at 209 Biden and 112 Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm looking at
I don't know what CNN says.
192.
Okay.
108. I think
so not far off.
They've pushed Virginia through, and CNN has not yet. So.
Oh yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
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 But I agree that Virginia is going to go blue. CNN just wants to, seem partial and not give Trump the out to say. We were up by 400,000 votes in Virginia, and CNN called it for us. Obviously it's rigged. So they I think want to prevent.
He's gonna bitch either way. He's gonna bitch and complain either way.
That's what he do.
It's so maddening to me to see that people are like, we need to be careful what we say or the president's gonna make fun of us. The president's gonna make fun of you either way.
Well, my old pal Pete, what he said when he was on the campaign trail was Pete Buttigieg. We're on first name basis.
Pete Buttigieg.
What he always said was like, it doesn't matter if we push through like they're gonna call us socialist whether we're progressive or not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. He's going to call whoever the Democratic candidate socialist is. So it didn't really matter. Yeah. And then, of course, Pete, balked on universal health care, which is the one problem I have with him. But anyway, Jo Jorgensen, it looks like she's sitting at 1.2%. You think she can pull it off, Belsky?
There are a lot of votes yet to be counted. Like I said, we can't really, project anything yet. So.
If every single uncounted vote goes for Jo Jorgensen, maybe she can pull it out.
So, according to CNN, how many? I just had the numbers up. Sorry. According to CNN, the total popular vote numbers right now are something that I will look at in 4, 3, 2, 85-ish million, 85 plus million. So last time they were right around 130 million. So assuming that we have record turnout and we have 10 to 20 million more than last time.
Yeah.
That means we have around she can do it. She can do it, guys.
Wow. I think
wow.
You know what? Let's officially call it.
Let's call it for Jo Jorgensen right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I think she's got it.
She's gonna win the popular vote, but no states.
How incredible! Incredible would that be, though?
No electoral votes, but she's got the popular vote in the bag.
She's gonna be in second place everywhere. Some of them are gonna be in third. So.
I love this reality.
Second place victory.
I mean, there's some hot takes out there. I think that could get some traction.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Now, for the people at home, you have to stop. That's making me dizzy.
Sorry.
For the people at home that don't listen to Red State Blues like I do, not Quinn though, because he doesn't support local podcasts.
I don't listen to any podcast I'm not on.
That's fair. Who are you?
I appreciate that, Landry, because
Quick question.
transparency, honesty, that's the way.
Yeah.
Quick question. Who the fuck are you?
I'm just a dude who went to college with DeVore. That's it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, pretty much. But I'm along. I've voted every single time. I'm gonna be 35 this weekend. I've voted every single time in my electoral life, including when I was a teenager, and it's very, very important to me. And looking at the map and understanding the demographics and the different states, it's absolutely fascinating. And I've always been in on it, and fortunate that Devo and Daniel invited me onto the pod, and good times, etc.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're a part of it. And in our group chat regarding this broadcast tonight, you put in a spreadsheet that was very detailed and really made a fun Saturday for me.
Yeah, I made this. I like to research stuff, and I just decided to make this spreadsheet because I was tired of just Googling different things, and I would rather just be right there in one spot. And one thing I will say, which my spreadsheet told me as far as the insights go, is that last time the polls in certain states like Michigan and Pennsylvania were off, 3 to 5 points. This time, if Trump somehow wins Wisconsin, if he somehow wins Michigan, that means the polls were off by a full 8 to 9%. So
wow,
it would be absolutely baffling, shocking, whatever adjective you want to use, and it would be easy for us to call into question, just not to say the legitimacy, but just to say how is this even possible? How these polls are so bad. They're so bad. It's beyond any kind of margin of error, where literally everything that the DeVores have said, we need to just throw it all out. It means nothing. That would then be true. That would then be true if Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin. And that's why I'm hopeful, is that when you look at the polls, okay, and you look at the electoral map, every single one of these states that are coming up very close, 1 to 2% for Trump, we knew would be within the margin of error within a super small percentage. So there's nothing incorrect about that. And also the map is still good if, again, we win Michigan, we win Wisconsin. I think that is going to happen. Arizona at this point is almost needed. I'm willing to concede that, but I think it's more likely than not that we win Arizona. And then one of those congressional districts in either Maine or Nebraska that'll give us one each. That will push this over, without even talking about Pennsylvania, which would be another large, not as large as Wisconsin and Michigan, but a large polling error kind of thing. So to answer your question, I'm just some dude that likes to look at this stuff and talk about it, and I guess I have an okay brain and mouth hole that says words.
You speak very intelligently on the topic of politics, which is more than can be said for me and Landry.
I have a whole podcast about it.
I mean, Landry is so eloquent he couldn't even get elected.
You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm with this guy.
Yeah, you know what, Quinn? You're good, man. And you know what? Matt? I don't know you, man. Did you vote?
I did vote. Okay. I didn't vote for Landry because I'm not in his district.
I want to ask you something. It's interesting. You've asked a lot of questions about the third-party candidates. I'll assume you're making fun of those people and you're not one of them. But have you, do you think the people that you maybe know either closely or ancillarily didn't vote?
I know quite a few people who, one, did not vote, or because, and it's for different reasons. I know a lot of people who don't vote because they, number one, think it doesn't matter. They don't think their vote counts at all. They think all elections are rigged from the get-go, or they think that it doesn't matter how they vote in Oklahoma because it's going to go red. Sure. And then I also know quite a few people who vote third party. I know a lot of libertarians, and a lot of the libertarians I know actually aren't voting for Jo Jorgensen because she supports open borders. Is that?
I'll tell you why I didn't vote for Jo Jorgensen. Her vice presidential.
Who's your vice presidential candidate?
Spike Cohen. He's a lunatic. But
I mean, I lean very far
not
left.
Not to be harsh.
I lean very far left. My first election that I ever voted in, though, was 2016. So that was a pretty disheartening beginning to my career as a voter.
Yeah, but you're right though, Quinn. Like, there's no reason to not be disheartened when you don't see change, number one, and when literally your vote doesn't matter in the presidential election. Like, I went over this with the Red State Blues guys a couple pods back, and it's a different feeling knowing that my vote matters for the first time in a presidential election here in Ohio, compared to Oklahoma, where you're, of course, voting for the good guy against the bad guy, the person that lines up with your policies and values. But it's symbolic. It doesn't mean anything other than, running up the score in the popular vote. So the system needs fixing. It's obvious. Yeah. It's very obvious.
Do you think this is a fundamental problem with the parties or with the way that we do elections in general?
I think a little column A and little column B, and I think it's America's chickens coming home to roost. Donald Trump has been wrong about a lot of things, the things that he said. But one thing that he was right about that I heard him say in a debate against Biden was, without Barack Obama, there's no Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. And it's not true in the way that Trump said, you did a bad job and I'm doing a great job. It's true in so much as that it brought out the worst, the better angels of our nature is what a good president should bring out.
Right.
And what Trump brings out is the worst angels in people's nature. And he's absolutely brilliant at it, and he's been the great uniter in some ways for each side, where, this Biden coalition, which is very large, we have AOC on Twitch and, the Lincoln Project, which are two very wide gulfs of people on the political spectrum. But on the Trump side, in 2016, he had people that, maybe did think John McCain was a pussy or did think that Mitt Romney was too soft or whatever.
We're totally fine with him making fun of disabled people.
Yeah, they like that. The asshole population, that didn't vote because in a similar but different way, just like you said about Oklahoma people, they never thought their vote mattered and that people didn't represent them. And now they have someone that does represent them. And so that, I think, is maybe what we're seeing tonight, is that there's going to be an increased turnout on both sides. Again, it's not over at all. It's not even close to over. It's actually still, I think, more likely than not that Biden wins. So take that bet if you're a betting person out there. But, the parties are part of the problem, but I think it's just America and its citizenry coming home to roost. Trump is not the problem fully. He's a reflection of the problem. He's a reflection of us.
Correct.
And the fact that the Russians were able to do those disinformation campaigns to exploit us is a reflection of our own problems rather than anything created by them. So that's all true.
You know what I've been thinking about a lot lately is Jimmy Carter. I think about how the Carter administration was, and regardless of whether or not he was an effective president, that he was viewed so badly by the American people that it made, it opened up this giant door for Ronald Reagan to step through and become, and become what a lot of people think is the greatest president of all time.
Yeah, and what Reagan illustrated too versus Carter was, I actually watched in 1980, I'm such a nerd, I watched the 1980 Carter versus Reagan debate a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I'm someone who obviously is very left-leaning, but I like to try to understand why people think what they think and analyze things objectively and whatever. And it was very clear from that why Reagan won and why Carter didn't, and it's because you have to be charismatic. You have to be appealing on TV. You have to be good with words. You have to inspire people. I guess Trump inspires people in the worst possible way, like I just said earlier. He does inspire people on our side too. But Jimmy Carter, I think he was, he's a tough nut to crack, pun intended.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of weird circumstances that weren't his fault, and he reacted in a way that was not good politically, but very good character and human-wise. So
a lot of people. What really bothers me is that somehow Reagan twisted the narrative, and this is the earliest I can think of as a real disinformation campaign. Reagan spun it that he saved the Iranian hostages when it was the hostages were being released while Carter was still president as the inauguration was happening. Everything that Carter did led to the hostages being released, and it just happened to coincide right with when Ronald Reagan became the president.
Not Wonder Woman.
Yeah, it's just a smoke show, political smoke show. And just real quick, I refreshed the odds page from one of these offshore books, and they did have shifted Trump to a minus 300 favorite, and they did shift it back to minus 225. So again, there's a lot of reaction, overreaction, and like even in North Carolina, which is going to be like so razor thin right now. It looks like it's 50,000-60,000 votes different. If Trump ends up winning, heaven help us all, like it'll be a bigger a bigger popular vote win for Biden than it was for Hillary. She won by about 3 million. And the states like North Carolina, Ohio, Iowa, it's going to be even Texas, Georgia, it's going to be even tighter than it was in 2016. So can you imagine just the division, and especially if the Supreme Court gets involved? Like the thing that I wasn't too worried about with the Supreme Court was if it is, an electoral solid win, then there's really nothing they can do because it's on a state-by-state basis. But say, Pennsylvania or Arizona is the one that tips over the scales, and there's some weird thing with mail-in ballots. He tries to get it invalidated. He could try to get it to the Supreme Court because it is going to be a close election. But I will say with that the John Roberts Court, I do not think he wants his legacy to be stealing an election if it's obvious. So hopefully we don't get to there and it's a Biden win solidly. But that's a worry that I was previously worried about, and then after kind of some research and talking to some informed people, I'm not as worried about the Supreme Court stealing the election from us down the line potentially. But there's still a lot to be seen. Like Michigan, again, Trump is up 300-something thousand votes, but less than 50% of the votes are in. Where are those votes actually missing? I would venture a guess that Wayne County, where Detroit is a large percentage of that. If
probably.
If all of Detroit is in, then we're screwed. So 28% in Wayne County. Okay. So again, and that's right now breaking 55-42 Biden Trump. I think that's going to widen both vote-wise and percentage-wise. And
agreed.
So there's a lot to know. I tweeted a thing earlier today that was before any results happened, and I retweeted it earlier because it's still true. I'm just going to read it. Biden will win all of Hillary's states and will win Michigan and Wisconsin too. Mm-hmm. He will win one elector from Nebraska too, which is where Omaha is. Yeah. Maybe Maine too, but we'll leave that part out. That puts Biden 10 electors down. Okay, 10 electors down. Now, if we lose Michigan and or Wisconsin, we're fucked. Okay, we're fucked. Yeah. Period. I'll say that.
Both leading.
No lie. But if we could get either Arizona, Georgia, which we don't know about, North Carolina's probably donezo, but we don't know for a fact, or Pennsylvania, or Texas, which again, it's in the 90+%, but with certain mail-in votes, certain counties, not done. I mean, we literally just need either Arizona or Pennsylvania, which are the two most likely of that list that I just listed off, and we're good. And that's we don't know anything about either of those states, and actually it looks really good for Biden right now in Arizona.
Agreed. Oh, by the way, looks like Mike Yarthrell has announced that he has won the District 5 City Council debate.
Hey!
Or race, sorry. I said debate. The City Council race, so.
Hey,
He's announced that I don't see him as a premature...
Me either. I say I only have 92% reporting here the last time I checked, but on his Facebook page, he...
That is great.
So, I mean, he probably, so that's awesome. I don't know...
I can, we are Facebook friends. I could totally message him and see if he would want to talk to us.
Heck yeah!
If he wants to, feel free.
Can I share a story really quickly? Because this is a story I've shared before, but it's a story that I think I understand exactly Donald Trump's whole situation. And I'll share this. When I was a child, I participated in an event called J.A. BizTown. And J.A. BizTown is a fake city where everyone has a job. And there are elections for the elected officials in J.A. BizTown. And I ran for treasurer. And I won. And the way that I won is that I wrote a whole speech where I was making fun of someone else.
Yeah.
The whole thing was that I was making fun of someone, and the audience just loved it. They thought it was so funny. Even like the teachers who even the teachers loved it. It was a whole situation. And then I actually got to do the job of treasurer, and when I got there I had no idea what I was doing and did a terrible job of it. So I've been in that exact position before.
Governing, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
It's easy to win elections if you're charismatic. It's hard to win elections. It's hard to govern.
And then we also have this video straight from...
That's brilliant. That's and Carter Reagan right there, what I was talking about, you were talking about earlier. Perfect illustration of that, right?
Yeah.
I have this Mike Yarthrell video here from his Facebook.
Hey, I just messaged him on Facebook not to join yet. I just said,
we did it. We took the council seat, District 5. I got John Waldron here.
There's John Waldron.
Family. So exciting. Announcement. So thank you so much for
I love it.
Support and love, and I'll stay in touch.
All right. Well, there you go. There it is.
Minister Waldron was my high school history teacher. Like I mentioned, I graduated Mikey the same year. But
John Waldron was your history teacher?
Yeah.
John Waldron was my history teacher.
There you go. What year did you graduate?
I graduated 2016.
Oh my God.
A little different of a Yeah.
All right.
A little different.
No, he'd remember. He remember me. He knows.
I think it was actually the last year that he was still teaching.
He's the best teacher I ever had, and whenever I might have even said this to him once or twice, but like, why wasn't he's a professor? He's basically a professor at high school.
Oh yeah, and he ran for office as well.
He lost, right?
Yeah,
I voted for him when I still lived in Tulsa in a race that he lost. I remember that.
That's rough.
So something actually really, really funny to think about that I'm looking at because I'm refreshing the gambling, odds page.
Oh yeah.
Just to try to see where expectations are at. And the other gambling prop right now is will Melania, and see, Trump went down even more as a favorite. And I'm telling y'all, people are overreacting to the Florida thing earlier. And they're now understanding what the map looks like, which is what I've been saying the whole time throughout. It's wax. Sorry. But the thing I was going to say was, will Melania divorce Donald if he loses the election?
Oh, what are the odds on that?
What do you think the favorite is?
I think she's gonna. I think that she's gonna divorce her.
Bet on it. It's 3-1.
Really?
Will you tell him that Devo's been messaging us some real depressing stuff?
Devo apparently has been messaging us some real depressing stuff.
Tell him I'm not messaging. Tell him that and the sports books shifted Trump as a favorite is way down. All right, tell him that. That'll cheer him up. Again, Michigan and Wisconsin, we need to win them both. We will. And then it's Pennsylvania or Arizona because we're going to win the Omaha district. Yeah, it's going to be wild and crazy because in that scenario I just said, it's like 271 to 269 to
Right, yeah.
268 or some shit. Like, it's
rough.
wild city. But again, we don't have to move the goalpost back for ourselves. If it's 270 to win, it's 270 to win. That's the rules that they play by.
Yep.
So that's the rules we need to play by too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Again, we can be sad that it's not a blowout, but there's still a game to be played.
Are there odds on whether or not there will be a civil war?
You know what? There would be, I think, because they have so many crazy props out there. But how would they collect on that? They're very smart. How would they cash that out?
How would you figure that out? How would you collect your winnings during the Civil War?
So why does...
Oh,
You know what?
shit.
That
We
might
still
be a
have
good
you.
one
It's
for
okay.
them to put out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. So CNN currently...
Put ones out there that they know will be... Oh, go.
There we go.
I was just going to say that we have... So I have here, still from the Associated Press, the same as before, 209, 118. CNN currently has him Biden at 192 and Trump at 114. Oh, they still haven't updated Virginia. That's what it was.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
You know what? Let's do another shot.
Trump's up to 118 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the number that changed. Sorry about that. I didn't mean
Yeah.
to interrupt this conversation for that awful.
What just changed here? Because he wasn't there before. What state just came in? Was it Utah?
Oh yeah, Utah wasn't on this map before.
Yeah.
Listen to
60
these
to-
words.
Huh?
Listen. Fox News calls Arizona for Biden.
Really?
That's what shifted the
Whoa!
And that's fucking
Yeah.
Fox News. Jesus.
And Fox News.
Yes.
What do they not lie about? That was just a nice hot take on
I
Fox
was
News.
Everyone's going to be talking about this.
Wow.
That means if we now win Michigan and Wisconsin only, it's
Yeah.
a tie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy. Wow.
Let's go.
Oh,
Hey,
we still have...
It's okay to be happy, guys. It's a game.
I can't.
There's a game to be
I
played.
refuse.
It's
No,
close.
So we have 30 minutes until the next round of polls close, which I thought
Which is
was the last...
Alaska and Hawaii are
You
the last
think?
ones.
Oh
Right?
yeah, I guess you'd be right. And then that's it. That's the last of the polls.
They
to
haven't
close.
put anything in for Nevada yet. Was there a reason for that? Is Nevada just taking a long time?
Are they weird?
I'm not. I'll have to look at the recording percentage.
Okay.
I don't keep all those
There- it-
in my head.
They've,
Yeah.
it's not. It's
You
not
should.
even like.
You should do that.
Because right now on what is this? Associated Press.
Mm.
Associated Press is showing Wisconsin and Michigan
Sorry.
both leaning red.
Leading red, yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean... Well, let's see what they actually have for you.
They
Did you
also
say-
technically
say
haven't called
leading
Florida
or
yet either.
leaning?
Leading.
Leading.
Red.
Yeah.
But there's not...
leading red.
Because they're primarily red states, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not.
But is that just based on like in-person voting and not on mail-in ballots or anything like that?
So I think yes, Michigan is doing their mail count now, but different counties come in slower than others, and usually the bigger cities come in slower. And Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, it looks like that they're at. They're at only 28%, and Oakland County, which is a suburb, which we've seen suburbs breaking for Biden. That's only at 63%. So now it does
Gotcha.
look like there are some outstanding counties in
Yeah.
the UP, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, that are red ones, but those are low population places, a couple hundred, couple thousand folks.
Yeah.
Here
And
there.
what's
So
happening in
there's ground to
Milwaukee?
make up, but the votes are there.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
We can
yeah.
do it.
All
We
right.
can do it.
That
We can
means,
do it.
good. Hey, none of the three
Look,
far-right city
Trump
council
is less
people
of a
made it.
favorite now.
That's
Telling
great.
y'all, Trump is just.
Less of a favorite is
They
what we
know,
need.
They're seeing it.
Good. I was worried going into this that there would be so many, and I would love to hear your opinion on this. I was afraid there would be so many mail-in votes that going into tonight, it would look like Biden got almost nothing.
Yeah.
I was really concerned about that because I don't think any of us truly understand what the timeline is on that. Because, like, for Oklahoma, it seems like pretty much everything made it in time. I don't know how quick other states are on turnaround, and I know some states have rules on when they can open the early votes and when they can't, and so I just didn't know how this all works out.
There'll still be in the next few days a change in the results, to a certain extent.
But I can't imagine by much.
Yeah.
But not by much.
State by state is different. I mean, that's one of the good things, United States, right? Each state is doing its own thing, and that's why Trump can't just try to delegitimize everything if it was a blowout. That's why we wanted the blowout so bad, in part because the legal challenges would be near impossible for him in that scenario.
Yeah.
But, I mean, man, like, Fox News calling Arizona for Biden, that is
crazy.
Huge.
Yeah. Well, and sorry.
No, we got that Senate seat too, so that's another one for us.
There you go. That's awesome. I guess where was I headed with my question?
How is the Senate looking right now? Can we get a check-in on that? How's it looking?
So with those two, which were the most two likely to flip, Arizona and Colorado doing so, and Alabama doing as expected, going from Democrat to Republican, that puts it at 48-52. If we don't flip anymore. The North Carolina one, which I and the Democrats were hopeful for, looks like it's going to be a super duper narrow loss. And Texas is a loss, which we kind of knew. There again, there's going to be probably two Georgia Senate seats that are going to be up for a runoff election come January. So even if it is, 48-50, and it is a Biden presidency, that would then be a majority for us, 50-50 now. And there's also other races to look at. Iowa, which is still outstanding, Montana, and Alaska, which is one that I actually predicted would flip to the Democrats in kind of let's think of a hot takey prediction. And I actually am going to stand behind it because Alaska's very independent-minded, and they really, I don't think they like there's some energy things going on there with the current Senator Dan Sullivan, who cozied up with this, it's a weird Alaska specific issue, but having to do with energy and some energy company and stuff. And the Democrat who he's up against is actually an independent named Al Groth, who actually fought to be an independent on the ballot, but actually is a Democrat. And so listen to his resume, okay? He's a lifelong Alaskan doctor.
Wow.
Who is a commercial fisherman who is on record as having killed a bear. So, that doesn't sound like an Alaska senator to you.
Oh yeah.
So he can win. He can win his race. I think that's actually going to be good for us.
That sounds like the kind of guy that Alaska can get behind. You know what I mean?
Al Gross, that's the dude.
So, do you think that how close does an election have to be for there to do a recount or any kind for the results to be contested at all?
So it's state by state. I mean, the simple answer there is it's a state by state thing. Each state has its own laws, its own different board of elections, Supreme Court, different decision-making processes and pieces of legislature that determine, how things work. So,
do you think any of these states, like North Carolina, it might come down to something like that happening?
It could, I guess. I mean, if there was any question on either side of the legitimacy of the election, then they could, I don't know what grounds it would be on. It would have to be specific to that. There are this amount of ballots that haven't been counted, or, hey, there are these mail-in ballots that are just sitting at the post office that, needed to be postmarked by a certain date, and that's not the voter's fault. Whatever could happen, that's certainly possible, but there needs to be a specific situation to come up. As far as recounts go, that is something that is also state by state, and sometimes it's automatic based on the percentage. Other times it has to actually be requested by one of the candidates. So I would guess that if it was razor thin and there was, you had to request it, that either candidate would certainly do that.
Right.
And Trump, if it meant, him winning or losing the election, I'm sure he would try to do any and everything, because we know, the seeds that he's tried to lay for, this election.
Well, that's what I think is worrying a lot of people, is that Trump's gonna call into question the legitimacy of a certain like mail-in votes, or whether, as he puts it, like tons of illegals voted or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, there's two issues at play there. There's what we were just talking about, which is, the legal standing, the legal arguments, which, there are courts, there are laws, there are terrible federal judges out there, which really scares me, but there are procedures that will go down one way or another, and he'll try what he'll try, and we'll defend what we can defend. That's certainly worrisome, but that's not really anything we can control too much, other than, just standing up and saying, hey, we're on the side of the good guys. But the other thing is what you just said as well, calling into question the legitimacy of the election in a public way that riles up his not needing to be riled up followers, and who knows what happens then. And he has, his attorney general, who of course is so cozied up to him, and who knows what, he could tell law enforcement to do, or different things like that. So I'm more worried about the second part, because again, the first part we can't control too much of. And, I really truly do believe that the Supreme Court is not going to try to actually flip this election because of how, bad that I just don't think that's going to happen. It's not a good thing for the Republicans if they were to try to do that. But that second part, I am a little bit worried about. I'm less a little bit worried about it now. It's my secondary focus compared to the results, because I was,
we're taking it one thing at a
more
time.
worried than I was, but
one thing at a time.
Yes, sir. And the results from Ohio are coming in now more, and it's more looking like, the margin that Trump got in 2016, which earlier on this stream I was hopeful that, it could be close. It could be closer than last time, and that would be reflective of being close elsewhere. But now it looks like it'll be around 7 to 8 points. So basically holding steady, which is also okay, because again, in the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it was literally just a matter of a couple tens of thousands of votes, and all we need to do is win, guys. All we need to do is win.
That's right.
Arizona happened for us, which was pretty expected, but also great math-wise, and the Midwest, Rust Belt or whatever, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We'll see what's up. There's still TBD.
Is
TBD.
Because tonight it's looking real close.
Yes, sir.
Is that good for us, considering that things might change in the next few days? Do we want it to be this close? Or is that...
To be honest, no. You'd rather it. It's just like any other, like any game or anything. If you're up 3 touchdowns, it's harder for them to make up. It's for them to make up ground. So no, I'm not gonna lie about that. I would much rather us be sitting here talking about a blue Florida or a blue North Carolina, or where the Trump people are the ones that are nervous, not us. But the good part about it is that we need to be logically consistent, and we're not right now with how a lot of people are overreacting. Because earlier in the day, yesterday, all week, it's count every vote. Let's wait and see what's going to happen.
Yep.
Because we were fearful of the Trump narrative that would say false things about what the results are really telling us. Now that the results are coming in and it's slightly different than what we hoped, we are now changing our narrative of, oh shit, this means we lost. So
That's
let's
exactly
not
right.
do that. Let's be smart people and understand this is a different election than any other election, not just because of Trump, but because of COVID and the mail-in and early voter situation. So it's okay to chill. It's okay to chill.
I think that's a good note to take a quick break on.
Sure, sounds good. We've got 16 minutes until the next poll closes. I think we can come back just in time to do that.
So I'll be back at the top of the next hour.
Yeah.
Quinn, real quick, I have some election results specifically for you.
There's some election results coming in on the topic, on the state question of whether Quinn Blakely sucks or does not suck. It appears that You Suck has won with a 100% majority.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
I didn't think that one was going to be pulled off, but it did.
Yep, it did pull it off.
What are the recount procedures in Oklahoma there, Quinn?
Honestly, it's 100%. I can't contest that.
And what's really weird is in Oklahoma you can't do any write-ins, but someone did.
Someone did, yeah. They wrote in, "You're a huge piece of shit," and somehow that also got 100% of the vote.
So what can you do? What can you do? All right, well, we're gonna take a quick break. Alan Belsky,
Thank you
really
so much.
doing the heavy lifting on this.
You've really given an air of legitimacy to what would have otherwise been a real silly show.
I mean, I'm having a great time.
Good.
And, you guys are great. So
will we see you in the next hour?
Yeah. I'll be back at midnight Eastern for sure for a little while for sure.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, then we'll see you then. We're gonna go to a break. Thanks so much. We'll be right back with more SoundsTooth election coverage.
Thank you.
2020. Da-da, da-da, da-da.
look at?
There we go. Hi. Do what?
Is there something I should look at?
That's your camera right
oh, that's
there,
the
pal.
camera. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look right at it.
Yeah. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Look at this.
You can go back and forth. You know, you could just put them on split screens. You can just make them slightly smaller and have both people on screen at the same time.
Maybe we will.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we will. Landry, go take a break.
Take a break. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Welcome back to SoundsTooth election coverage. It's Devo.
How's it going, everybody?
And then Belsky should be back at some point. Let me know. I can move.
We have seats over here. Yes, we'll be good to go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SoundsTooth election coverage. We are currently still watching this. We're going to give you guys some updates for local races here first before we get back to anything else. Mikey Arthurell has won District 5, and last I checked, it was very, very close for the Oklahoma Senate District that we've been looking at. That is an official endorsement by the Red State Blues podcast, which is Senate District 35. And currently, it looks like Joanna Dossett has won that district. So congratulations to Joanna Dossett, a mother of two, a teacher at Owasso Public Schools. Her husband is also a teacher. 18,290 votes to 17,652. So good job for her. Our condolences to Shawnamont Wright, who has fallen to Dave Rader in her seat election. But I do want to go quickly look at and see Oklahoma House District 5. Still too close to call in Oklahoma House District 5. That is Kendra Horn versus Stephanie Bice. But Stephanie Bice has taken the lead, and it looks like Stephanie Bice is going to flip that seat for the Republicans in this election, which is unfortunate. It is not the best for us, but hey, you know what? We can't win them all. Let's hope that we can win the big one still. But let's bring on one of, Tulsa's favorite sons, a man who, he asked, do I need to know anything about politics? And to wit, I said, no, you don't need anything about politics. It's all good. Evan Hughes, how you doing, bud?
Hey, nice to meet you, Dustin. It's good to be here.
Nice to meet me? Nice to meet me?
A long time ago, it was nice to meet you. And it's still good to know you. Things are good. Or maybe things are bad. I haven't been following.
I think right now things are in a constant state of flux is what's going on, right?
Okay.
I think I sent Laura in there. Laura, I think there's a bottle of Diet Coke in the fridge. Just bring that. It'll be great.
Let's elect the Diet Coke.
So you're a man about town. How do you feel that politics affect people in town in a city like Tulsa?
I think it affects people more than they think it does. Like I talk to people that come from all different perspectives. There are people that feel like things are going to be the same regardless. So it's kind of an attitude where it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's a common thing that you hear in Oklahoma. But it has more effect than people think it does.
And honestly, with Mikey Arthurell winning, and
I know Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey's a great person, and our good friend Belsky, who is not currently with us right now, but that's a good city council seat. Tulsa is going to stay on a further. There's a giant 2-liter of Diet Coke in there somewhere. But yeah, he's going to help, keep the city going the right direction. And I believe we have Belsky on right now. Belsky, can you hear us? Oh, maybe not. Belsky, can you hear us there? No, he cannot hear us. Can you hear us? No?
That was a yo.
Oh, okay. Belsky, I don't know if Landry had told you, but it has been called for Mikey Arthurell. He has won his seat. So good shout out to him. Everyone here is our friends with Mikey, so good for him. We're very happy to see that he's won that seat. And I unfortunately have to call it and say that Kendra Horn has lost her seat. I
saw that message, yeah, and it's kind of reflective of what we're seeing now, which again does not mean. Hi again, Evo. Hey, what's up, man?
All right, how's it going?
Yeah, it's okay, man. It's okay. Like I've been saying all night, like I was saying earlier when you were worried, like I said to you and the other day, like the path is now narrower, yes, but like we can still get there, and we just need 270. Michigan and Wisconsin, that's it. Pennsylvania 2 means we're actually over 300.
You have to realize that I am not allowed to experience joy in my life, and so anything that would potentially, like, and I believe that this was ingrained in myself in 2016 when the Cubs won the World Series, and just a few days later Donald Trump won the election. I was like, I'm not allowed to be happy. Like, that's, like, I'm just not, like, the world self-corrected and was like,
the universe is telling you.
It's all over. Now we are joined, now I don't think you can see him because I think you can only probably see me right now, but we are joined with a local...
I can't see anything.
Oh, okay. Well, let me see. What you got here? Well, there you can see me at this point. Let's see if I can go to video settings, and I can choose maybe a camera. No, it only lets you do front camera. So we are joined by a. If you want to put it on the TV,
that's where he's been for this whole show. Hi, Belsky.
Hi, Landry's bottom of your face.
All right, let's not get controversial here.
Okay. Landry is trying to put you on the back screen of TVs here, which I don't.
That's where he's been.
Yeah. Which camera captures that? Oh, there he is, behind my shoulder. There he is. So there's Belsky. You can see him now. But we're joined by Evan Hughes, who is a local man about town. What would you like to be called, Evan? What is your preferred nomenclature for being a man about town?
I know what you mean, but I just Evan Hughes is good. Really, I've heard all the different ones. The ones Rick Shaw made up, the ones Andrew Deacon made up. But I like just my name. I like those too.
I think that gadfly is the way to be. You're everywhere that everyone needs to be, right?
I do like that.
But we are joined by him here. Belsky, how is the electoral map looking for us right now?
It's not looking as bad as everyone wants you to think that it is. It's basically exactly what we knew it would be like coming into tonight. It's just that, we probably lost Florida. We possibly lost North Carolina. North Carolina is going to be a razor-thin margin, even thinner than it was last time, it looks like. But we've won Arizona, according to Fox News, which, again, is, they're not invested in calling things for Biden unless it's true. And then after that, if we only get Michigan and Wisconsin, it's a tie at 269. That's not factoring in Pennsylvania or the two single congressional districts that are likely to flip, the Maine second and the Nebraska second, which each have just one electoral vote. So, again, the map looks okay for us, even if we lose North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Now, I'll be honest. If we lose Michigan or Wisconsin, not or, if we lose Michigan or Wisconsin, we're in trouble unless we definitely win Pennsylvania. But me saying we would win Michigan and Wisconsin was always in the cards, and it's like 8 or 9% was the polling averages. So again, the polling averages are not showing that they were wrong necessarily, even with the results that are coming in. Everything is within the margin of error. If Michigan and Wisconsin go for Trump, Michigan or Wisconsin go for Trump, then it's a whole nother story, and it's beyond any kind of margin of error, and there's something crazy going on. So I'm still hopeful. I did wish and want for there to be a big blowout, obvious tonight, as we all did. But we have to accept truth on truth's terms, and we need 270 to win. If Trump's people and the Republicans legitimately had 270, we would call it for him. He would call it for him. So we should play by the same exact rules and look at it that way. And if we do look at it that way, we're actually, in my opinion, more likely than not to win. Biden actually has pulled out so far in the popular vote, which was expected with states like Colorado and California and Washington coming in. But I'm still hopeful. I wish it was a little bit better, but we're all right.
So who just declared for Biden that made it 223 to 118? Was it Minnesota?
Who are you looking at? Are you looking at CNN?
I'm looking at Google's, apparently. So
okay. I'm on CNN's. My guess is if you said 223.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be Minnesota.
Okay.
Has to be Minnesota there.
Now, okay, so
maybe Maine as well.
Maybe Maine. Yeah, well, they're showing a light blue for Maine at this point. Doesn't Maine split their electoral votes?
Yeah, so Maine statewide gets 2, and then each congressional district gets 1. Maine barely went for Hillary last time, and it'll go for Biden this time too. Last time, the Maine 2nd congressional district, which is kind of a weird mavericky district, that went for Trump, actually, surprisingly, and it's thought of to be going for Biden this time, although more likely that Nebraska's 2nd district, where Omaha is, who also does the electoral vote splitting, it's more likely that is going to go for Biden than the Maine too. So, we literally could be sitting here talking about a 271 to 269, or sorry, it would be 270 to 268 win for Biden, where Omaha, Nebraska is the determining factor of that one extra vote. Evan, that could be what we're talking about.
Evan, have you ever been to Omaha, Nebraska?
I actually have. Yeah, my dad's college roommate lived there, and they were pretty tight, so we would go up there just to visit him when we were kids.
Omaha is a fun town, so I can see why maybe Omaha would swing a little bit blue here and there. Like it's a pretty swinging little town up there. You know, I got to be honest with you. The few times I've visited Omaha, I was like, this is kind of what I wish Tulsa would be at times.
A cool story too is my dad's college roommate. His nickname was Dagger. And people would call him Dagger or the Dagger.
Okay, why was he called Dagger?
I think someone had tried to rob him, and he pulled out a knife.
Or
a dagger.
I expected it to be more of a sexual thing.
Oh, really? But, he's probably pretty sexual too.
Well, maybe he's just like stabbing. You never know.
He could probably
fuck. Does he have a daughter?
He's roommates with my dad. My dad could fuck, and they were
great
tight.
Superhero or something.
Well, I think we're pretty much now. Belsky, are you surprised at all with your limited knowledge about the Oklahoma state questions at how amazingly they failed?
You know, with what we are seeing, no, because look, Trump is driving voters out, and if it has to do with government using their power for services, which is what the government is for and what should be used for, but for some reason Trump and Reagan and Republicans really want to dismantle governmental institutions instead of using them for good. But anyway, the answer is no. I'm not surprised, because Trump drives out those kind of voters, and they don't know a lot about the questions. They'll go for no because it means doing something to help people.
Yeah, it's very disconcerting. 805. I mean, I understand. I was a little bit more surprised that I'm not so surprised that 805 failed, just because I knew that there was all those secret voters that would be like, oh, you're not going to punish felons as much, and they want to punish felons, right? But 814, it does not make any sense to me that people voted against that, because, like, it's the tobacco fund. I mean, like, what's it doing at this point, right? Why not? But now what this does mean, though, if you're an Oklahoma citizen, is that your core services are going to be rated to fund that, the Medicare thing. So good job for you, I suppose. Here goes more money from education, more money from health and public services and everything else, because now the state legislature has to do it. And looking at the results, the state legislature is not changing at all. It's going to still be Republican dominated, so you're not going to see a increase in gross production tax or anything like that. So it's going to be pretty rough.
That pod where you guys laid out what that question was all about was great, because it's so obvious that, look, it needs to come from somewhere. The expense needs to come from somewhere. This is about as good as it gets when it comes to funds that are not needed where they currently are. So we might as well, instead of removing from services, and hey, maybe I'm wrong, and people were very informed about that there in Oklahoma, and they actively knew that it meant cutting other services, or I don't know. It is very disconcerting because a teacher like you and, you know, Daniel on our show, like, you guys, they're dependent on your loyalty to Oklahoma. You guys are incredibly talented, engaging teachers that, you know, if you decided to move to Texas or Missouri or, you know, whatever, that you would get a pay bump, and, you know, they're not looking after their own, obviously.
They are definitely not. They're definitely not. Now, Evan, you know, I asked you earlier about what it's like, you know, with the politics situation here in town or whatever, just kind of like the unease of all that, and we've kind of felt it permeate through. We saw that with Biden voters coming out of the exit polls, that handling of COVID-19 was a pretty big issue with them. We live now. Belsky is he's a longtime Oklahoman, but now is an expat to Ohio for, you know, job circumstances and things like that. Like, how do you think, Evan, that the whole handling of COVID-19 has actually played into the, like, voters on the ground? How do you feel it's affected them?
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much division that everything has been. It's like, what team are you on, you know? And then there's this issue, it's for this team, and this issue for this team, and it's been such. Every time you turn on NPR, or you turn on CNN, or it doesn't matter what you turn on, you hear COVID-19, and then so it's pretty much something that none of us can ignore. So of course it's going to get tied in with politics, because it's a constant thing that we're facing right now.
So one of the things that I have been somewhat reluctant about is people understanding the difference between having a strong administration that would have stymied COVID-19 versus the reactionary of, well, it's been Democrats that have shut cities down and stuff like that. It's viewed as liberals are the ones shutting cities down. Do you think that you know, which one of those do you think factors in more for people?
It's a great question. That's really interesting that they, like, say the Trump's administration had handled it super well and we weren't even currently still in it, and then they could just brag on. But the way they've done it is they've kind of passed the blame, and they've been like, well, it's actually these guys, like, they've made it, you know, it's actually a problem because of them, you know. It's basically like we could have not done anything and just left everything open, but it's really inconvenient for you guys that they shut down your stuff.
Now, Belsky, you live up there in Ohio, and you guys are considerably more locked down than we are, correct?
Yeah, we are. I mean, honestly, I don't pay attention because we have our own procedures as a family trying to keep ourselves safe, you know what I mean? So, you know, you drive by the places, you see people out without masks, and you're like, hey, that ain't going to be us regardless of what the rules are. But yeah, no, it's like the state, county public health people, they're making people do remote everything but 2 days a week. There's a mask mandate, I think, now. Again, I don't pay attention to whether there's a mask mandate or not because I wear my mask out all the time. And you know, people are adhering to that for the most part, from what I've seen. But I heard that at the polls today that there were, you know, some people that were not wearing masks, and it's a policy to, you know, not force people to wear masks to vote. So it puts people in a tough spot, and it's so incredibly weird to me that you wouldn't want to do that just for empathy purposes.
So a lot of this boils down to me for this idea of, do we trust humans to be long-term thinkers or short-term thinkers, right? And in the short term, the Republican Party can make an argument that says, oh, well, yeah, the reason why you don't have a job and things are shut down is because Democrats have said you have to shut down, right? Mm-hmm. In the long term, it's the Republican Party's fault for getting rid of the experts in the CDC and not taking this seriously and getting ahead of things. Where if we had just locked down for a good 3 or 4 months, yeah, we might have the secondary wave, but you can see what other countries are doing. But that's a much harder, more complex thought to process than to just be like, oh, you've shut down, so I've lost my job.
And you've got to make it the other side's fault somehow. Like, they have to find a way to, you know, it's like if you cheated on your partner in a relationship, you'd have to say, well, I did that because you were doing X, Y, Z. Like, you have to find some other way to move that blame. Because the Republicans just sat there and like, oh, we've totally mishandled this and it's all fucked up. Then that looks really bad on them.
Now, Belsky, you're an expert on cheating on your partner. No, I'm kidding.
No, that was a weird example.
No, I'm kidding. Belsky is not that. Belsky is a loving, committed husband and father who is, by the way, Belsky, I want to say, I haven't seen your son in a few weeks, but your son is one of the cutest little kids on the face of the earth.
He's a great guy, man.
He is a great little guy. I miss seeing him in the car every once in a while down here in Oklahoma. So
I'll tell him Uncle Devo said that, man. No, he'd appreciate hearing that, and he's as invested in Joe Biden winning as anyone. My 7.5-year-old, because yes, he's indoctrinated, and we talk to him about our opinions, and he trusts us and listens to us. But also, we're watching the news and it's on. It's very obvious that this man is not empathetic and not, he's a very emotionally intelligent kid for a 7-year-old. Not to toot my kid's horn, that's boring to people, but I don't care. I love my kid. And he notices that this dude is mean and this dude's making fun of people, and that's wrong. And that's not what a president's supposed to be. And, it's so obvious. That's why what's so frustrating is that for those of us that are on the other side, our side, that it's so obvious. And I get the appeal. I get the white identity politics. I get what, rich people love him because of tax cuts and he's anti-regulation, whatever. Like, I get all that. But just on a human level, it's obvious. But thank you, man. No, and as a father, it's concerning to think that our country is possibly going to reelect this man. The fact that it's even possible, it's just disgusting. I'm speechless almost.
Now, I want to get an update on you from this electoral map here. So, we are here. We've got CNN on the TV, and CNN's going full CNN mode, which is tapping the screen, doing everything they can to keep people watching, right? So it seems like a lot of what they're hinging on Donald Trump winning is currently with Wisconsin and Michigan. And what are you seeing for the county levels of Wisconsin and Michigan coming in at this point?
That's what it's all about. And I'm looking at the Decision Desk's results page, which is my personally preferred page. I like CNN's too.
I tried to go there, but they asked me for a subscription, and I said no.
Just do the Google auto login thing if you have a Gmail.
Oh, okay.
But Wayne, listen, we're okay right now. They're estimating it's between 53 and 63% in just under 3 million votes. Biden is down just under 300,000 votes, like 288,000 votes, excuse me. And if you remember from 2016, Hillary lost by just under 11,000 votes. It was incredibly close for a state where more than 4 million votes were cast last time. Right now, if you look at Wayne County, where Detroit is, there is between 33 and 39% in. Where Ann Arbor is, a college town, another highly populated city, it is between 65 and 75% in. Now, I'll have to look and understand these counties a little bit more, honestly, because I don't know every county of Michigan, but there are a couple of counties, Lapeer and Monroe counties, which I'll write them down to not forget. Lapeer and Monroe counties, they're near Detroit, which have no returns whatsoever. Metropolitan areas are weird, where literally it could be a red normally or blue, so I'll look at that. There are also some places up in the Upper Peninsula where there are no votes that have come in, but those are lower population counties as well. So we're not out of it. It does look like there was just an update, and I said that he was down about 300,000. It's now 275-ish thousand. So that margin is going to narrow for Biden. I'm pretty certain of that. Again, I'll look on the county by county level, but we need to do again what we knew was going to happen, which is understand that returns are coming in differently in different states based on the different methods of votes, which means that different parties will be up or down based on, that state's rules and, whether they're counting mail first or in-person first. And also the big cities, their in-person results, and I guess in Michigan, their mail-in results looks like too, are coming in very slowly. So, and they normally do. So, look, there's still a lot to happen. Now, Wisconsin, I need to look at a little bit closer, but I'm actually less worried about Wisconsin. It looks like it's at 120,000 as far as the margin for Trump. And when we look at the counties where Milwaukee is, okay, Milwaukee County, it's just about 50% in. And that is going to be a really, really high turnout place, 59% to 39%. So even if that, that percentage stays the same, it's going to basically double, which means, 80,000 more votes for Biden, which doesn't fully make up the margins. But when you look at where Madison, Wisconsin is, Dane County, all of those results are in. So that's, I wish there were more votes for us there, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. We have to look at Sauk County, Wisconsin, SAUK, and see where their results are going to be, where they were last year, because there are no results in there. So the upsetting thing is, look, regardless, it's going to be razor thin. Yeah. Razor thin. North Carolina, Georgia probably, Wisconsin, Michigan. Not sure about Pennsylvania because of their weird counting procedures. It's going to be even closer than last time probably as far as the electoral vote. The popular vote is going to be bigger for Biden, I think, because in states like California, Washington, the margins are going to be wider. And even in smaller states like Oklahoma, Montana, et cetera, the margins are going to be smaller, meaning the popular vote is going to be a wider gap for Biden, which again is a reflection like we should have the popular vote, period. But, it's going to be really, really close. 12:30 Eastern time, not over. We knew that. We know that. It's okay. We'll have to take a look tomorrow at Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin a little bit more.
So let me ask you this, Evan. You are, you're out amongst the world. I don't know your exact age. I'm 40 years old. What do you think? I have my own theories about. Belsky has brought up the college town aspect of it, and I think in Ohio, where I at least. And Belsky, you can refute me if I'm wrong here, but I think that people thought where Columbus was, it was going to be overwhelmingly Biden. But I think the results have been a little bit more narrower than they anticipated. I have this belief that the younger kids, while they are progressive people, they view the liberals as being the party of, we're going to tell you what you can or can't do, and they don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, the party hasn't done a good job of really bringing the youth into it.
Well, and I think the thing is, though, what I'm getting to is, like, they feel like liberals in general tell them, you're wrong for doing this. You're having a good time. You're doing something. And so it turns a lot of young people off where they're like, well, no, I'm just having a good time, right? And they think that, okay, well, we don't want to be dictated to. Like
everything's still the old way. I mean, we're voting in churches. We've got the men are in there's white men in their 70s. I mean, everything is still this old style that it's the same thing as when I was growing up. We didn't want to participate in it, and that was kind of our fuck up. With our rebellion was just like to not
be apathetic,
not be a part of it. Yeah, that was kind of my generation. I'm 41, and then later when things got worse and worse.
You old fuck.
Thank you. You too.
Are you gonna die soon?
Yeah, no. So. Look at this old guy over here, 41. He was all into Empire Strikes Back, and I'm a Jedi guy, right?
But look at it, we realized we saw how much worse everything got, and then we were like, oh, we fucked up. But the same thing is happening too. There's also a lot of young people now doing the same mistake we did by not participating.
Yeah.
So it's occurring again, and people were excited about Bernie Sanders. And I feel like there was a lot of energy towards that, but also it wasn't couldn't happen.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard
allowed.
for the younger, and I get it. You do definitely get a little bit more cynical and willing to compromise as you get older, and that doesn't translate to the younger generation. And I feel like now I feel like what we're seeing more in this election with the record turnout is that. So, all right, so we're looking at Pennsylvania right now on the screen. Belsky, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're showing 2,490,000 for Donald Trump, 1.826 for Biden.
I see that.
What percentage have they counted the early votes there? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but my understanding is that the later ones that are coming in are the mail-in votes because they just were able to start counting those today. And when I'm looking at the counties, and look, the blue. This is good, okay? Because the blue counties in the Philadelphia area, Montgomery County, Philadelphia County itself, Delaware County, which is a bit of a suburban county, Chester County, which is
so I'm looking at
right now.
So they're on Pittsburgh County right now.
Okay.
And they're showing 18% of the votes in for Pittsburgh County.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to assume that that's a good sign.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a 79 to 20% range as far as Biden to Trump. Yeah, I truly don't know what kind of votes those are, and I honestly don't know all the resources I like looking at out there. I don't know if that information is available, which I'll go straight on the Pennsylvania Secretary of State website to see. But that is very important information to understand what's coming in with Biden down 600,000 votes.
Yeah, well,
down,
and
quote unquote.
And I had said earlier going in on this on Pennsylvania, based upon the numbers that we talked about on Red State Blues this past weekend, that at the end of the night, if Trump is up by 800,000 or so, okay, it's very bad news for Biden. If at the end of the night he's only up by like 300,000, then Biden probably takes Pennsylvania. Now we're seeing now Nevada. What about Nevada? Nevada, Trump is currently ahead in Nevada, but to be fair, very few votes have been counted there yet.
Yeah, it looks really, really low as far as the vote count goes. I mean, that would be, even though it's a low electoral number, I believe it's 6. Yeah, that's right. That would be absolutely devastating to Biden because conventional wisdom said he's going to carry all of Hillary's states. It looks like the only questionable ones, were that Minnesota and New Hampshire, and Minnesota and New Hampshire are gonna go Biden. But no, Nevada, like you said, hardly any results in. Around 1%. We're talking 12K for Trump, 3K for Biden. Nothing in Reno and Carson City. Nothing in Clark County, where Las Vegas is. So no, that's one that we'll wait on.
So Evan, one of the things I was trying to make argue about with in regard to people being short-sighted in voting or whatever is let's look at Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is at, right? I saw earlier there were people saying that these people in Clark County are going to come out and vote for Joe Biden because they lost their jobs because COVID had shut down their businesses. That's presuming that people are long-term thinkers and not going, oh no, the people that really shut down our businesses are the liberals here. Mm-hmm. Like, we would have been open if a Republican would have been in charge and we'd be fine or whatever. Yeah, people would be getting sick. We live in a state where people are clearly okay with people getting sick. Like, how do you feel about that general vibe on things?
Yeah, it's, I feel like this election should have been a slam dunk. I mean, Trump, I don't think he could have ran a worse presidency than he has. But
he could have maybe eaten a baby.
Right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it was nonstop scandals, nonstop disasters, but he's found a way, and through, all the conspiracy theories online where you can tell people you show them something and it's so bad that they believe there's a conspiracy and it's actually the other thing.
Yeah.
It's like they're not just looking at this for what it is. And people, young people, I think, do want to be catered to. There's a lot of apps and companies that cater specifically to young people, and then you see politics as a whole, and these things don't cater to them in any way. And so, what incentive? I don't think that they're not quite used to that. That's something when you're kind of younger, you look for things like you see a metal band and you're like, fuck yeah, this is for me. You look at politics and it's like, well, there's a 70-plus-year-old white guy on TV that looks exactly like a mix of Trump and Biden. Exactly. And then you have Trump and Biden. And it's like they don't feel in any way that this is for them. This process, this whole thing. It's like they don't want to go to a Baptist church and write down one 75-year-old versus another one and watch an old white guy on TV that looks like them. This whole thing is like it's not for them.
No, it definitely loses a little bit there. CNN has finally projected Florida for Biden, which I believe that
Now it's Florida for Trump.
Florida for Trump. I mean, sorry, which I believe was already predicted a long ago by most sites there.
It was our first big piece of paranoia of the night.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, for sure. And we had hoped that maybe it would go the other way, but it didn't. Hey, Evan, would you like to say anybody? We're going to let you go out of here for a minute. Would you like to say anything to anybody out there that's watching that, message of hope or anything like that?
No.
No?
I will say, Joanna Dossett, my mom and
Congratulations to Joanna Dossett. Let's give it up for
Yes,
Joanna
girl.
Dossett. Yeah, we love.
Do you want to? Yes.
Yeah.
My mom and stepdad ran a fundraiser for her out of her house, and Joanna actually came through and did a speech and everything and met everyone. One of my friends, Amy from Sound Pony, the bartender, Amy Pullen, came and bartended the thing, and she got along with. And Joanna was great, and I'm glad she won. She's super cool, and I think I'll leave that as like my final. So shout out to Amy Pullen, shout out to Sound Pony, shout out to
it's very good that Joanna won tonight. Thank you so much for being on, Evan. We appreciate you very much.
Nice to meet you, Belsky.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, Evan.
I heard good things about your kid.
Nice to hear you.
Yeah. Evan, if you ever need anyone to break down any numbers for you, Belsky is your guy. Peace. All right. Peace out. Take it easy, Evan.
Good night, Evan.
Good night, Laura.
We are now going to welcome on another one of the... Evan is not great about does it, We're going to welcome on another good friend of SoundsTooth Entertainment. She is a consummate member of Talk Show Incorporated. Please give it up for the lovely and talented Laura Cook. We have to give room for Belsky, so don't cover up Belsky's face back there.
Hey, Belsky. I remember you from my teenage years.
Tulsa's one of those big.
I used to
small
hang
towns.
out with your sister in high school. That's why.
Gotcha.
There
One
you go.
time you came home and you just yelled, "Hey, the house smells like pot. You need to fix that."
That's crazy because I was probably just smoking right behind her or before her, possibly.
No, you did it outside of the house, but we were like straight up in the house.
That is Landry Miller joining us in the background.
Hello, Landry.
Where are we at?
We are at
We're killing ourselves.
We're at
This
220.
is the suicide pact.
We are still awaiting Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. PA will not be decided until tomorrow, but if we could see Wisconsin and Michigan go blue, it would be very good.
Can I just drink this?
Yeah, do you see a remote over there somewhere?
No. I see a...
Not that one.
No,
It's
right here.
yeah.
Oh, you're talking to
You gotta
Quinny B?
turn on the audio from this?
So DeVore, real quick, we lost the Iowa Senate seat that was kind of thought of as a toss-up, and kind of before this week, we thought we would possibly
Belsky,
win.
shut up for just a second.
Sorry.
We're listening to Joe Biden talk currently.
But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
Hold my hand, man.
Hey, John, you can go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma,
So
she's
dumb.
glad you'll know, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So that was Joe Biden speaking there from Delaware, and not, he's just saying that we don't know what's going to happen just quite yet. We still have a lot of results coming in. This is going to be a long, drawn-out process. Now, I don't want to abandon you, Laura, but I do feel like I
don't believe that you don't.
I got you on just right now, but I feel like Landry Miller needs to come on and talk to you for a little bit. He seems chomping at the bit to get back on the mic. We have Belsky still behind us.
Yes,
Belsky is a
Daddy.
trooper. By the way, Belsky is 1 hour ahead of us. He's on the East Coast. He's in Ohio. Belsky, how you holding up? You getting some Red Bull back there?
I got coffee right here. You know what? With kids and job and morning time, 4 or 5 hours of sleep. That's what I'm used to anyway. Hunkered down, ready to go. Let the results do the talking. That'll be what determines if and when I sleep. So.
All right,
Oh, Lord.
Landry, you're
I ain't
up.
sleeping tonight.
Do I need to move?
No, you're good.
Okay. Hello, little Landry.
Hello. All right, what have I missed? I've been gone. I've been MIA, as the kids call it, for about 30 minutes. So.
Well, Landry, we're all terrified.
Okay, Biden's up to 223, 174. It's getting
That's
close.
right.
Belsky, you getting scared yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I mean, Biden just did this speech that Devo just put out, and
Yeah, I just saw that.
we're still in good position. We're waiting. It's about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania as well. We don't know yet, and those are the states that matter right now. Georgia, the jury is completely still out on when it comes to Georgia, because we don't know anything about Fulton County, where Atlanta is, with
Right.
the level of turnout there. So we
I
can
feel
relax a little bit.
Agreed.
I feel like these are the states that need to have bucket specials at their bars so everybody can have like 4 to 5 beers and then a bucket so they can just fully puke into.
I like this idea, actually. I would definitely do that.
I mean, I just have this nice hardwood floor here.
Please don't puke in here. Okay,
It's fine. Michael Patton will mop it up.
good. Are there any states that kind of have seemed to surprise you here? Iowa, went full red.
Oh yeah, that was.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't expecting
Iowa
that
was a
necessarily.
little disconcerting because it's solidly red, just like it was for Trump last time, and the Senate seat, which some people thought was up for grabs, I kind of thought we had a solid shot at it too. That act was just called for Jody Ernst, the Republican incumbent. So the
gotcha.
Senate is going to be hard for us, but it's going to actually come down to those Georgia elections, where they're likely to be runoffs in January. So there are going to be millions and millions and millions of dollars poured into Georgia in the next couple months for Senate runoff elections that could determine the balance of power in the Senate. But the House, the House is going to stay about the same. I thought it would flip maybe 10 to 11 seats. It looks like it's going to be more like 4 or 5. So a very divided electorate, which we knew coming into this, just it being illustrated this way, for those of us that know how terrible Trump is, it's upsetting.
By the way, I have a quick update here for you that you probably haven't seen because it happened 3 minutes ago and then 34 seconds ago, which is Donald Trump says, "I'll be making a big statement tonight, a big win," all caps. And he also says that we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. That's not surprising, is it?
Hey Landry,
Yeah.
suicide pact?
Oh, we're not there yet.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I got my pinky here right now.
Just set the conditions. Set the conditions.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
Well, speaking of conditions,
We'll just kill each other. It's fine. It's gonna be really easy.
speaking of conditions, we're not all that far off from meeting the one condition, like you said earlier, that they set, which is 270. It's still within grasp, and that's somewhat comforting.
Does anybody else remember learning about this from Nickelodeon? Like, the dinosaur puppet from Wienerville taught me all about this shit.
I don't remember this at all.
The final majority is 270. If you reach that number to the White House, you go.
This must have been before my time.
I'm older than you.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep. There was a...
So, yeah, everyone's calling Florida now, by the way, which is kind of obvious. But,
yeah.
How did we not predict this?
I mean, it was pretty close, though, right? 400 million, or 400,000 votes?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still pretty close. Considering. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just now checking the updated map.
Oh no, you're good, man. I'm all over the place looking at it too. There's so many different things.
Stop! It's so depressing.
Landry and everyone, I might actually hop off to hang with my wife and just watch.
Of course.
Privately.
I love my wife. Yes, that's good.
I'm all about that. I was gonna real quick. Can I say something else to you real quick? Which is that I was talking to Quinn while we were on break here. That even though there's this huge swath of states right through the middle of the country, all these states that he generally won were all 3 to 6 point electoral points. So
what would you call
it's not like
this?
it's not like a huge. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's 10 states right in a row, that's still only 40 electoral points, probably.
You call this the Bible bandolier?
So, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's still razor thin. It's basically a tie right now where we just need to know what's happening in a couple of states. And it's just, let's address, it's truth on truth's terms. Let's not listen to the Trump noise, but let's also not listen to our own worst fears, and let's be rational. We can be fearful, but we shouldn't expect or know that the worst thing is going to happen when the evidence is not there quite yet. So, listen, I'm speaking hopefully. I'm speaking based on what I want to happen, certainly, but I'm also speaking based on what the returns are telling us and what they're not telling us. So, keep the faith. It's reasonable.
Sounds great. Hey, thanks for joining us all evening. This has been great.
Thank you so much, Landry. Yeah, no, I appreciate you.
Thanks for jumping on. We'll tell Devo you said bye.
Bye, Belsky. Yeah. Thanks for keeping me from getting caught from smoking weed when I was 16.
Tulsa, beautiful, big, small town. Everyone knows everyone. It's
That's
like,
right.
how is it that you can not see someone for 10 years and then you see them twice in 2 weeks at a quick trip that's a different side of town,
Yeah, that's exactly.
Quinn, throw fries into my mouth.
All right, we'll see. Later,
I got another one.
This is taking a weird turn.
I got another one.
Wow,
okay.
you're horrible.
Yeah.
All right, so that was Belsky who joined us pretty much for, I would say, 3 of the 4.5 hours tonight. Breaking down a lot of numbers, looking at a lot of stuff that we weren't able to see. And
we're all terrified.
We still have a few states that are too early to call, like Arizona, which it looks like Joe Biden is ahead in, and there's 76%. Yes, Fox News did.
One more, Quinn.
But Fox News did recall it, but the rest of the networks have yet to do so. Nevada, Donald Trump's ahead by quite a bit, but there's only 5% in, so that really is not even. There's no reason to even have those numbers up right now. Anything less than 50%, not even worth it. 82% in Georgia, and we're still waiting on, like Belsky was saying, places like Atlanta, where there is going to be a big voter turnout that possibly could go Biden, and they're only 7 points away. So really,
am I on camera?
No, you're not on camera.
Okay, cool.
If you'd like to be on camera, you come sit between us.
You just come sit on my lap, baby boy.
So there's still a lot to be had. It is a close race, as we all thought it would be. But there's still hope that Biden will walk away with this one.
Biden's
How are you
We've gotten
feeling
up to-
about it now, Landry?
I still feel hopeful. There's no reason to give up this early. And when it comes to the actual popular vote, currently Joe Biden's up 2 million on Trump. So none of that means anything in America for some reason, but that's still saying something. That makes me feel a lot more hopeful than before when we were down like 6 million votes.
Goddamn.
You know, the real thing, as we started this night, it was looking really bad. Florida, obviously going to Trump is quite a depressing thing to see. And of course, we knew going through the South to the Midwest, up to things like Montana and
Florida
Idaho.
would do anything different, honestly?
There was a lot of signs that Florida could flip blue. And Texas, same thing there. Florida always seems to be pretty close in a lot of different precincts. So there was a good chance of that happening. Texas, of course, is still up for grabs.
Any fucking faith in Florida, let alone Texas.
Well, that should start changing in the next probably decade. We're gonna start seeing them come a lot more blue. Nevada,
Austin's
boy, I don't know where I'm gonna
the
see
only blue
that.
part.
Dallas is pretty blue. Dallas
Really?
is pretty, yeah. At least in the last few years. So then we went through the Midwest up to the Northwest, and it was pretty depressing to see. But like we were talking about, Quinn and I just talked to Belsky about this, which is that those states all right through there in the middle all only have 3 or 4 electoral college points, like votes to them. And then of course the late night come in with with Hawaii, and which I don't think has a lot of electoral votes at all. But of course California, Oregon, Washington, those 3 states all in a row, the entire West Coast went Biden. And that's what we were waiting on.
Yeah.
So that is a huge thing. I am going to.
I will say that I
view
remember
this for
at this.
Shut up, sluts.
I remember at this point in the evening of 2016, Trump was up.
True. At this point, it was near midnight, and at the time I lived with my ex, and they had already gone to bed crying, and I said, "Nah, there's still hope." But he was up so much that there was zero hope at that point. So yeah.
Well, there was no hope at any point, like being with you.
Yeah, for my ex there was zero hope. But tonight there is still hope. You have got to stop eating those right there.
No, you gotta keep doing it. You gotta keep throwing me those fries. I'm here for it. Quinn Blakely hit my mouth. Oh. Oh, yes, Daddy. Ow. Wait. Let me eat this one first.
Okay.
And then we'll see if I can catch one. Because that'll be at least some comedic relief.
That's all you guys got it.
Ah. Wow, you're a piece of shit. Just come sit with me. This is Laura Cook and Quinn Blakely. We're the worst people ever to be here doing this shit.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Quinn Blakely. Welcome to
Where'd your fries go?
SoundsTooth Election Night Coverage 2020. It is currently midnight, 1 minute till.
Is it now?
Ugh.
I got this tall boy. You want some?
No, I'm good.
You want
I
some
got-
liquor?
I have
You want
coffee.
some Diet Coke?
I got this coffee here.
Oh, girl.
All right, so Joe Biden, according to what is this? What is
Those
this?
are the
Associated Press.
electoral results.
Associated Press has Biden at 223 and Donald Trump at 174. But I mean, it's anybody's game at this point. Is the problem?
What I remember about 4 years ago is it was very similar to this, and I was like, it's gonna be fine. I can just go to bed, and my life will not end. And then I woke up, and I was like, oh, fuck. Shit's fucking wild now.
Making any predictions at this point is a little haphazard, I believe. Because
Don't do it.
Because right now, Wisconsin and Michigan are not in. And Wisconsin and Michigan, as we've discussed earlier, are crucial. If the Democrats do not take Wisconsin and Michigan, then they're pretty much out of the running, right?
I mean, Arizona could go blue. Fox News had previously called Arizona for Biden, but no one else has. So it's a little unsure whether that is true or if that's just some wishful thinking. Georgia's not in. We don't know. Atlanta is still out, you know.
Does Michigan still have clean fucking water?
I don't know. I don't know what happened with that.
I don't think they fucking do, actually.
I mean, here's the problem.
What's the problem?
Are
you constipated again, Quinn?
No. Before 2016, I had no idea how most of this election stuff worked, you know?
Really?
2016 was the first time I ever really figured... It was the first election I voted in. I was 18.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot you a baby.
Yeah, I'm a baby.
I'm 33.
So, how many elections have you voted in?
Since 2006. 2005 was the first presidential election that I was like almost 18, but I didn't. But I voted in every election since then, let it be, presidential or local. I've done every one. I have a perfect voting record if you want to fuck me and you're into that, everybody.
You heard it here first, folks. Honestly, at this point, we're just running out the clock, you know?
Yep. What's that TV say?
It's saying that early voting is expected to be 55% of the votes.
I mean, I'm gonna vomit either way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, we look really good on this. We should be news anchors.
We should be news anchors. Good evening. Hey! We're on the air!
Shut up, sluts!
We're on the air, God damn it!
Ooh.
Still haven't called Texas.
Look at that door. That is a
nice door.
Wooden door.
Still haven't called Texas yet. 81% of the votes in. Donald Trump, 52% of the votes so far. I mean, it's close, but it's not that close, you know? I wish it was closer so that we could really... I think Texas is probably going to go red. See,
well, what else would we expect from Texas?
Wisconsin and Michigan are a lot closer.
Ugh. Either way, like, I'm so tired of, like, trying to decide whether or not I'm just gonna gag. And not in the cute drag queen way.
North Carolina is not in, according to Associated Press.
Raise up, take your shirt off, twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter.
No internet.
Shout out to my little sister in Charlotte, North Carolina. Raise up, bitch. She's not watching. She doesn't want to see this.
There's quite a few things that have been said here tonight.
Like,
and at this point,
no
I feel like there's not much else to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like at this point, it's a waiting game. We could say all the talking points we've already said, but at this point, it's just a waiting game.
At this point, we should just get wasted.
Yeah. If you're at home right now, look away from the TV for a minute, you know?
Do an alcohol.
Yeah. Spend some time with your family, you know?
If your family doesn't live with you, like, good for you. You have escaped living with your family.
We have a shift change now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
Thank fucking God.
You guys are out.
I was run. I had nothing else to say.
Yep. See you later.
I was literally just telling the people that I have nothing else to say.
Shauna, you have a seat right there. We'll get you on.
Yep. Okay. Let me move my Whataburger shit.
No, that adds to the ambiance. Yeah, if there's one thing that people need right now, it's some fucking Whataburger.
That's true.
Now I really want fries with spicy ketchup.
Do you want just some spicy ketchup?
You can eat that spicy ketchup packet Quinn has.
So you've got 50% of what I asked for?
I've probably got spicy ketchup.
Hello,
in my
guys.
car.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
do
We
it,
are we are back here, and we wanted to tell you guys that unfortunately we have lost. We have lost Landry Miller. He had important non-existent city council business to do with, and had to get out of here very quickly.
I'm two-hand simping in his honor.
He is two-hand simping in his honor.
Simping.
We are now simping. Yeah. He's simping in his honor. He's simping for Landry Miller. This happens. It happens far too often in this world that people simp for Landry Miller.
Yeah, I've always said that.
Yeah.
I
guys,
voted today.
We are joined by 2 stars of Talk Show Incorporated.
1, 2.
Who is 1 and who is 2?
Should we get a vote?
I don't. Who would vote? People
Now,
are tired
if
of
I'm
voting
going to go,
today.
Listen, I'm going to put a line out.
If I'm going to go by the real roast of the Wizard of Oz.
Which I think is a good measuring stick for a talk show.
If I'm going to go by the person that has done the most costumes the best, it's Shauna Blake.
That's right.
It's Shauna Blake.
That's right.
We're joined by the star of Talk Show Incorporated,
That's
the
right.
breakout star of Talk Show Incorporated, Shauna Blake.
Thank
Shauna
you.
Blake, how you doing?
Thank you. I'm great. Now that introduction makes me feel great. Listen,
That's good.
I have been the guest of honor on at least 2 real roasts, and I played Rose on Titanic.
Was Woody for the Toy Story real
No
roast.
one remembers Woody. It's
Everybody
all
remembers.
about Jesse.
I keep waiting for the real roast of the Drew Carey Show, and I never get invited on this, so we'll figure out somebody.
Ugh.
What, you out?
You're leaving?
Oh, okay. Now you're leaving out.
Can I say one last thing to the viewers?
No, you can.
I'd love for you
Absolutely
to say something
not.
to them.
Hey, everybody. Bye.
I thought you were going to say something
That was
profound.
profound. That meant a lot.
It's a waiting game.
Brad,
Like
how
I just said before, it's a waiting game at this point.
Brad, how old are you?
I am 31. I'll be 32 in 2 days.
So what I've learned now, Quinn, how old are you? 21? 22?
22.
Yeah. So what I've learned is that this younger generation can't hang. We've lost the 2
only
younger
midnight.
people.
We're losing
It's
the
barely
young people.
midnight, and we've lost the 2 zillennials
To be
from
fair-
this podcast.
To be fair,
Two-
I'm very sleepy because I drank a lot.
to be fair,
That
sir.
is to be fair.
To be
To be
fair.
fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
I mean, it's Wisconsin or Michigan. That's what's going to break it right now.
Yeah, and that's why we gotta wait.
I vote for
waiting
the
game.
cheese.
It's a waiting game.
Both
Anyway,
of those don't look
Cheese
great.
stands
Now,
alone.
Quinn, before you leave, Quinn, come back for.
I'll stick around a little while.
No, Quinn, come back over here
Yeah,
for just a
Quinn's-
second.
Quinn's hanging out.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure you get. I want to make sure you get a plug.
Yes.
I'm leaving.
So
I was trying to.
So Quinn Blakely, you can hear Quinn. You're on Knights of Sounds Table, right?
I'm on the new reincarnation of Knights of the Sound Table.
You
I'm on
are
Talk Show Inc.
Yeah, you're on
It's like
Talk
a
Show
phoenix.
Inc.
Me and this beautiful piece of
yep.
garbage are on Friday Night Death Slot.
Friday Night
Friday
Fuck Boys. Yeah, we're good to go.
Don't do the Hitler salute.
No, this isn't. No.
That was a Hitler salute.
No.
Now, are
That was
you
a dab.
Was it?
I was dabbing.
Yeah,
Are
look
you
down.
are you guys on 3 podcasts to just maybe try to touch the Getting Greasy Empire? Is that what you're trying to do?
Listen,
Getting Greasy will be dethroned if it's the last thing I do in my life.
Oh,
if
it will never
I
happen.
have to pay thousands of Chinese immigrants dollars a day to listen to our podcast over and over, I'll fucking do it.
Could you bring me that giant bottle of whiskey?
Because
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
because I believe
I had a drink of that bourbon.
Yeah, good
It was
for-
gross.
Good for you.
that's well when you grow chest hair,
Yeah.
you'll like it.
Okay,
Boom.
so here's what we're talking. We're still talking about the election. We're no longer talking about the bullshit that I was talking about. We're doing pretty decent at this point, but we're still in a holding pattern, pretty much. So let's. Well, there is no internet apparently on that. That's great.
Here,
Quinn
let me
is
work on this.
Doing great.
Whoa.
Thank you very much, Quinnathan.
Bourbon for you, sir.
Thank you.
They're leading red. That's what bothers me. You know?
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean, I think red is really more my color.
God damn it,
So
Shauna.
I do like red in that sense.
I've never seen you wear red, Shauna.
I love wearing red.
Well, when have I seen you wear red?
I don't know. I wear it every day.
I mean, not today. Today's a bad example. Normally it would be lipstick, but now with the masks, who can tell?
That's why I've stopped wearing in lipstick.
You stopped wearing lipstick with this whole COVID.
Yeah, I was like, nobody's offended when
You're
I wear.
You're saving a lot of money on lipstick.
We do want to give a good
lip gloss. I meant gloss. No. I meant gloss, guys.
We do want to give a good shout out to Michael Patton. Thank him very much for the studio space that we have here.
He does let us
and everything. I love that we have. It seems like we should be sponsored by Truly by having the Truly front and center there.
I agree.
Is that Phil?
Should I move it? It's empty.
No, it's empty. That was Evan Hughes' Truly.
Wildly empty.
Oh man, I got promised a Truly to come. So.
Well, there's one in there. You can go get it if you would like.
Can you get that for me?
Yeah. No, get him the Aldi one. It says Alta Vista.
That's not.
No, get him the Aldi. No, give him the Alta
That
Vista.
one's that's a grapefruit. That's grapefruit. Nobody wants fucking grapefruit.
People like grapefruit.
People like grapefruit.
Nobody likes
It burns
grapefruit.
calories.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I have other ways of burning calories.
Listen, lady.
Like push-ups or?
Does its body look like it's a push-up body?
I'm not gonna comment on that. It feels like
He has
we're really
bad
talking about
news.
the election.
Oh, perfect. Keystone Light, my
Keystone
favorite,
Light.
my favorite White Claw /
That's a
Truly.
It's true.
It's truly Keystone Light.
Get what you get.
It's got what you got.
Get what you get. Time
It's-
for America too. Am I right?
Ghetto clock,
Am I right?
motherfucker.
That's dark. That was
Okay,
very
so
dark.
let's see.
I should probably call into work tomorrow at this
Probably,
point.
yeah.
Because
I think
I'm
we're all
drinking
doing
whiskey
that.
and drinking Keystone Light.
So
Do you want some coffee?
This is what.
How will that
coffee
help
is.
me? Yeah, we're drinking coffee.
I'm drinking coffee.
Clank.
Beautiful.
So Shauna, you did an open mic tonight.
I did.
How do you think the election affected that open mic?
Just remember that movie.
I think it, if anything, it added to the general energy of the room.
I think that's a horrible take. I think that it made it fucked, and everybody was super depressed.
I think people loved it there. I think people loved it there. I think the space we were in, people were jazzed about.
We are looking at the latest projections here from New York Times.
NYT.
Currently, the Senate is 45 to 46, Dem to Rep. Biden is up 223 to 174 on electoral votes. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is leading Wisconsin considerably right now.
Michigan.
Donald Trump is also leading Michigan considerably right now. Pennsylvania is the wild card here, but to be fair, Donald Trump is up by about 700,000 in Pennsylvania currently.
It's not good.
Maine,
Darkest fucking timeline.
Joe Biden is up in Maine currently, which is a decent sign. Texas is still too close to call, but it does look like with 93% of estimated voters reporting, it will go to Donald Trump. Arizona, while some people have called it, for Joseph Biden, it's still very close. And Nevada, we have Donald Trump up. So the pathway is blocked for for Joseph Biden right now. He definitely needs Wisconsin and Michigan to go his way. We'll see how that goes. Boy, it's not been great for the Democrats in this electoral cycle.
Here's
does
the thing.
make Mormon Brad very happy.
No. Here's the thing.
How's Jill Stein doing?
Shut the fuck up. Here's the thing.
How is Jill Stein doing?
What percent of the vote does Jill Stein have?
I think that it's important to acknowledge that even if we look forward to the next few days of hashing out specifics as to who the winner of this election is, what really needed to happen in order to do things like pack the Supreme Court, increase the size of the Supreme Court, you really have to have a general mandate, which means you need a landslide victory.
Yeah, a popular mandate.
Yeah. So some of those things that really liberal Democratic supporters were looking forward to and hoping for, especially because if you look at any election between 2016 and now, it has been a dogfight for anything that Trump has supported. Even long-time standing red state elections have been close. So whenever you're looking now at a situation like this, one of the things I was hearing earlier is, for instance, North Carolina not feeling a large African American community vote.
Yeah.
Not showing up in numbers. They were not inspired by the candidate to do so. As much as they maybe dislike the existing administration, they haven't gone out and voted and
So then you get into the balance game of how much can you inspire a candidate versus how much do you instigate fear in the other side, right?
Sure. So
because
and
fear is much more of a motivator than hope.
So when you're talking about things that are short-term, powerful motivators, you are 100% correct.
Which is what elections are.
Well, I would disagree with that because I feel like the election cycle is so long here in America, you cannot inspire hope for 9 months before the election. You cannot also inspire dread fear for 9 months before the election in the same way. I think that one of the last candidates who was good at generating the feeling of positivity was Barack Obama. He managed to bring out voters based on the idea that it is a positive, we're going to make change.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that there were many, very liberal-leaning individuals who felt like that change was not nearly extensive enough and were disappointed by that administration.
Well, yeah, no, because as soon as he was elected, he realized that none of this is possible. Like, we have to have middling policies.
Listen, I think that what is possible and what is feasible are very different things. Because I think that there are things that are possible, but you can't get reelected when you do them. I think that that's a consideration that many politicians end up making. If you're looking at Joe Biden as a candidate, it looks like, for many of us, like myself included, oh, thank God, a return to normal. A sense of normalcy in the administration. That's what I would long for. Unfortunately, that is not a very inspiring position for people who are extreme left, or those who are even necessarily apathetic voters who might have been motivated to go ahead and swing one way or the other. If they felt like a candidate resonated with them. And I feel like that's what we have, for instance, in North Carolina.
Okay, so for instance, though, do you think, if we're looking at this current electoral map here, do you think if this was Donald Trump versus Bernie Sanders, this looks any better?
Okay, I think that that's a very different electoral map. In the sense that I think that you're going to get a much different polarization.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that is going to come out more blue than red.
I think it comes out way more red.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that that's the candidate that necessarily would have shifted or maintained excitement. What I think, in my personal opinion, if you
which are not reflective of anything but Landry Miller's opinions.
If you have a problem with my personal opinion, please email Landry Miller. We've always said Landry Miller's the person. He's the face of SoundsTooth and everything we do. Please email him personally. Let me go to get his personal email.
It's llmillboy69.com.
Yeah, 69.com. He purchased that. Yeah. I remember when he told me, he high-fived me. He said, "Guess what I got today?" And I was like, "Gonorrhea?" And he said, "No, llmillboy69.com." Yes. And I was like,
at AOL.
It's at AOL. At AOL.
Yeah, it's a very convoluted. It's llmillboy69.com at AOL.com. Yeah. Hashtag Death to America. .edu.
.edu.
Yeah. :/socialist pig. So there you go.
Yeah. I think the thing that would have maybe strided the line more to activate very liberal-minded voters, but also maintain the voters who are middling, who are concerned about a socialist revolution.
Yeah.
I think that you'd have to be looking at somebody who is looking at Kamala on the top of the ticket as opposed to Biden. I think that she was a more attractive candidate to those individuals.
But then I do still think that the racist aspect kicks in.
The racist aspect 100% exists and is a real thing in American politics. If you don't believe that there's a racist vote, it fucking exists. Here's the thing about that. There are people who will vote because this individual is a person of color. There are people who would vote because this person is an individual who's a woman, who's in a minority. I genuinely believe that would have activated more liberal-minded voters as well as activated a larger African-American community vote. I hoped that her as a VP candidate, those individuals would look at it and say, man, I really hope that Joe Biden dies and she becomes president. But
But we saw the fallacy of that is that Kamala Harris was, she was working in California. Mm-hmm. I saw today someone who maybe jokingly posted it, but they posted, here's a map of America with all the African American men that Kamala Harris kept in jail for drug offenses. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, she was doing her job. She had to do what the state law said. Right. And it's like, that's the type of stuff that keeps liberals from getting elected. It's because you don't get exactly what you want, and so they go, well, I'm not going to vote for you.
I don't think that is as valid an argument as a lot of people want to make it. I don't think that there are very liberal individuals who are like abstaining from voting or voting Kanye today as opposed to voting Donald Trump.
Well, we currently look at this map that's in front of us right now. Mm-hmm. And to me,
that's a really weird Civil War map.
Yeah, to me, the only one that kind of what worries me is Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean,
sure. It doesn't look positive. I mean, the current numbers coming back are not positive in that area. What I will say about this is I'm very interested to see what the popular vote looks like as opposed to the Electoral College. If we continue to go down this path of the Electoral College deciding our elected officials, what does that mean? Are we continue to be beholden to a policy that was set to disenfranchise African Americans? I don't know.
You're going to be beholden to it because the only way to alleviate the Electoral College would be by constitutional amendment, which would require 2/3 of the states, which you're not going to get. So the Electoral College is going nowhere in a long, long time, unless space aliens invade.
Listen, I have said this. I'm pro-space aliens.
Yeah.
Here's what I will continue to say. The rigidity of the system will continue to be a problem. And as the rigidity of the system continues to become more and more rigid, that will only incite the idea of massive revolution.
But there won't be massive revolution because if you look at this electoral map,
I'm not saying today, tomorrow, or the next 20 years. I'm saying that if you're looking at the rigidity of the situation, if the continues to be the popular vote winner is not reflective of our elected leadership, eventually, especially if it becomes disproportionate in such a way that it becomes problematic, we're looking at a system that will eventually crumble under its own rigidity. This is borne out through history.
Well, no. I feel you on that. But, this, I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. I don't understand. Like, we were told, and once and for all, I want people to kill polls. Polls are dead. We were told that Georgia was in play, Texas was in play, North Carolina was in play. We're not. Polls are dead at this point.
Listen, if you believed that polls meant anything, then you should look at 2016.
Well,
I think that we all learned in 2016 that the polling is not indicative of anything. And it's only there to fill time on the 10 o'clock news. I think that if you are making a decision to go wait in line, listen, I had to wait for hours today to vote. If that function of deciding to do it was based on the polls today said the candidate I was interested in was 6% up, then I'm going to make the decision to maybe head out of here early or maybe not vote today. I think that's a foundational flaw in that individual's critical thinking. Those polls are built to generate discussion. That is all that they are. They do not accurately represent the people who are going to go out and sit in lines for hours. Like, it's disappointing to me as an Oklahoman that my vote actually doesn't matter. Because...
Well, my vote did that, or not my vote, but my friend's vote did matter today, because Joanna Dossett did win Senate District 35 today, which is a good seat to get for the Oklahoma State Senate District.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're looking at minor victories, we have some. Mikey Urkel won Tulsa County Commissioner District 5 today. So there were some positives here locally to come out of it. Even though it looks like nationally it's going to be, we'll see how it goes. It's not great, but it is. Look, I had said this is a moratorium on the decency of America.
That's horrifying,
but it's true.
100% true.
It's true.
I think that if you continue to support the existing administration, despite knowing exactly what it is doing, you have to question the very efficacy of this nation. It's insane to me that anybody who can look at the flimflammery, the fucking...
Flimflammery.
Flimflammery.
For the flimflammery.
Flimflammery?
I stand by what I said.
Flimflammery.
Hold on. That's going to make me go back to the liquor.
Can I get a refill on something? Give me a hit of that. Thank you.
Do you want some Diet Coke to go with that?
Yeah, since you got it right there.
Probably.
I don't think that you
I
can...
like how we cisgendered white mailed this and made sure that Shauna didn't have a word.
I'm just looking at the map and inwardly crying. I don't know that I have anything to say. Just horror.
Well, Shauna, as a fellow educator, you can rest assured that since 814 failed, more money will be taken out of your budget. In the great state of Oklahoma. So, cheers to that.
Listen, I voted against 814.
Why?
Because, and here's why, because they were going to use those funds to put it towards the Medicare expansion.
Yeah.
I believe the Medicare expansion should be funded by the state of Oklahoma the same way that it has been across the United States. I feel like we should be looking to expand Medicare.
Do you not realize what state you live in, though?
I realize I live with a bunch of shithole country yokels.
You realize that they're not going to raise the gross production tax. They're going to just take money away from essential services.
Yeah, they're the dumbest fucking leaders.
Oh no, they're not dumb. They're not dumb.
They are.
No, they're not dumb. They know how to get elected. They're smart. They're cowards. They're cowards. That's the key word. They're cowards. They refuse to take a stand.
Listen.
To do what's right.
I don't understand how people continue to vote against their own benefit. I don't understand how people continue to vote.
Well, they clearly are.
I understand that it's happening. I just don't understand how you can be that dense. I don't understand how people can look at somebody like Donald Trump, who is very clearly a fucking con man. He's a con job.
4 decades of Republican education.
Well, yeah, this is a shithole.
As long as you can convince somebody toward the bottom that their enemy is the person right below them, then they'll just keep doing that forever. Yeah. It's like, hey, so-and-so over here, a different race, a different socioeconomic status, is your enemy. Not me, but look how terrible they are. Then that will continue.
Right.
That's what's happening.
So
it's like over and over again.
We are looking this. We're looking at this at 12:30 a.m. in Central Standard Time, 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Polls are coming in from the West Coast. They're still doing their little thing on CNN of touching screens and having a good time.
Sure.
Listen, I would love a touch screen. Can we get one of those?
You can touch that screen. Nothing's gonna happen.
Well,
but you can touch it. Yeah.
Oh, it's a touch screen.
Oh, it is a touch screen.
It's a touch screen. There
maybe
you go.
Maybe LL Mill Dog shouldn't have pussed out and left.
You're touching
but
screens.
Yeah, I should change it. Hey, change it.
Oh, I'm gonna change a lot of shit on this.
Change his home browser to meatspin.com.
Meat spin?
Yeah, Jesus Christ, you don't know what this is?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I don't know
Okay.
your.
Anyways, guys, thank you guys. Okay, so guys, let's do this. Let's do a wrap up. Here we go.
Okay.
We appreciate you guys. Like we hoped we could declare a winner. Here's the winner. Not America.
Sure.
Listen.
Yeah, not America.
No.
Anyways, but we very much appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for watching us.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out. 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever it is. Always remember this. Hey, we advocate one thing on SoundsTooth. Just be nice to everybody and love each other. We're all here to have a good time. And no matter what happens tonight, we'll keep trucking along, and we'll be there for you, and just all that fun stuff. So, and also, cheers to y'all. Stay greasy.